Ian. This is.
I'm Chris Lamb.
Yep. We're folks who work on reproducible builds, and we will be presenting Never Mind the Checkboxes, Here's Reproducible Builds. And of course, to procrastinate writing this talk, I made some cover art. Some of you might not recognize this, but yeah, it's a parody, and it's directly related to what we're dealing with. So yeah, this is like basically a parody of the cover of a punk album from the 70s that was, you know, they had some punk things. They were maybe a bit mainstream. Who knows? Whatever. But we will be using some punk themes. I'm not particularly punk-minded, but I've wandered, edged towards punkness or not punkness over time. But again, that's us. You can see the likeness, I imagine. The both of us work on a reproducible builds team, but it's really part of a larger community. Yeah, I don't know if you want to say a bit more about that.
We have at least 400, maybe close to 400 named contributors from various areas, and maybe 40, 50 separate projects over the years. We were motivated to start a project. Whilst the idea for reproducible builds has been around for a long time, we were motivated to start a proper project after some of the global surveillance disclosures, starting with the Snowden revelations in 2013, followed by some other ones as well. So we needed a systematic approach to what's now being called software supply chain security. This is what Reproducible Builds project is about.
So I'm going to use a bit of a framework on some kind of basic punk values and ideologies. We'll take it with a grain of salt to some degree, but so basically autonomy is a really valuable principle in the punk movement. Like, you don't want to be beholden to the man, as it were. Also independence, that's arguably another word for autonomy, but we'll stick it in there just for good measure. And strangely enough, there's autonomy, but there's also a very strong sense of mutual aid, and that's like a really big thing in the free software movement as well. So, you know, you share with each other, you share with all of these autonomous individuals, and you grow together. That builds a community, right? You're all doing things together. And there's a real do-it-yourself ethic. So, like, you know, people will, like, actually learn how to sew as punks, or even knitting in some circles. You know, that's like, you know, not the thing your average consumer really takes up. So there's a real sense of, like, taking it into your own hands and doing something yourself. So those are some of the ideas and frameworks I want to evaluate some kind of regulatory and compliance schemes out there. And yeah, total blatant disregard for authority is definitely a punk value. I might soften it a bit for the purposes of this talk and say a healthy skepticism of authority. But yeah, we're talking about punks. They definitely have a blatant disregard for authority. Physical supply chains, you often end up with, like, raw materials. You turn them into, like, some slightly less raw material, which is used to make something. The example in this is kind of showing how you turn crude oil into some plastic components, which end up in a keyboard, which end up in a laptop. And then it goes through like various series of warehouses, shipping around the world, and ends up in a consumer's hands. And believe me, you know, when they're talking about making laptops, they're usually talking about consumers. This is kind of an example of a physical supply chain. A lot of these ideas they've been trying to apply it to software supply chains, you know, and I could see why. But basically, you know, these are like the components that make up the software. You depend on these other things, you bring them in. But it kind of falls down a bit, and I don't know if any of you were here Thursday, but Bradley Kuhn gave a great talk kind of leading in and literally recommending coming to this talk. So and maybe talks about it in a little more length in ways that I think are worth reviewing the video footage if you go back to it. But really, physical objects and software, they're pretty different. In particular, software is it's practically an idea just kind of stored as electrons or, magnetic stripes or whatever, flashing lights somewhere. But it's not like a physical object that you really need to port from here to there, especially in today's modern era with, a functioning internet. So stuff moves around really quickly. It's easy to copy. It's easy to duplicate. You can make infinite copies of it almost instantaneously. Physical objects, some of them expire. You don't want they're hard to reproduce. You actually have to grow food. You can't just, oh, my friend's got a copy of a bagel and just give me another bagel, whatever. So there are fundamental differences in these kinds of things. And and they're just hugely different issues like you have to warehouse physical goods and ship them. And it's just fundamentally different. Maybe if the internet completely broke down and we had to ship stuff on physical CDs or something, or USB sticks, then you start to have some of the similarities, but even then the copying is just totally different. So arguably the supply chain analogy doesn't quite fit in the same way, but we can't really go back. It's happening regardless of whether we want that analogy to be the message or not. But let's challenge it everywhere we can. That healthy disrespect for authority. So a concept used in physical supply chain security is a bill of materials. So it's just a list of all the raw materials, all the parts that are a little less raw, a chain of various different things that go into these manufactured products. And that can be used also to trace was this manufactured in a questionable regime or something like that. So there may be political reasons for keeping track of where your stuff comes from. And to a large extent, this is being tried to apply to software. So software bill of materials, you do have dependencies. You do have stuff that goes into it. You do have stuff necessary to use in order to build it. And I'm going to say for the kind of work we do, you do need some sort of track of what went into this software. So these are useful tools, although the framing of supply chain security is a little bit questionable. Back in the late 80s, there were a bunch of standards called the ISO 9000 family of standards. I don't know a whole lot about it, but it was basically an attempt to create an international set of standards for making sure that consumers got a certain quality of product. And it applied to everything. If you go to the Wikipedia page on this stuff, there's a picture of a fish vendor, and it says certified ISO 9001. So, I mean, it's a very broad set of standards. And there is some degree of third-party certification as part of the ISO standards, so that's interesting. Going back to kind of some of the punk values here, this is definitely somebody outside telling us what to do. The disrespect for authority might come in there. There may be some useful things in some of these regulations. It is a vast suite of regulations. I tried to kind of wrap my head around some of this stuff and just imagine just like a day or two of spending hours a day just wasn't enough. These regulations, they get to be pretty large. Let's see here. One thing that's a little more recent, the Cyber Resilience Act in Europe is really I think it was ostensibly passed in 2024, and if I understand correctly, doesn't really go into effect till 2027. And it's not I don't quite understand exactly what it is, and that's part of the problem. Mostly applies to Europe, but can have impacts on the rest of the world. And one of the notable things I saw in it was like it's a bunch of voluntary self-assessments. I know at least like one European company, Volkswagen, when required to do various assessments, they just figured out ways to work around it. They like figured out, hey, we're running in a test environment, and let's change the output when we notice we're running in a test environment. So I don't have a lot of confidence that a voluntary self-assessment would work when like they already work around the required assessments. And you know, and maybe that's not an example of every company, but I've got my doubts. It also introduces this concept of open source stewards. And it's a little hard to wrap your head around it. I like tried to follow a bunch of blog posts in which they're like kind of hashing out like, am I an open source steward? They can't figure it out. And if you can't figure out like whether I am part of this like regulatory system, that might be a problem. We need a system we can understand. And it makes a lot of sense. And the overarching like goals of the Cyber Resilience Act are actually good. It definitely like increases awareness of the various parts of the software systems that people are really relying on. And it also really pushes for vendors to kind of be held liable for what they're shipping out. And I think that's great. But it's kind of weird when free and open source software, a large base of it is just developed by people who are just passionate and interested about it as a hobby. And even small businesses are like kind of should be held to a different scale than a large, you know, international mega corporation. So there are some questions about the Cyber Resilience Act. This definitely fails some of the punk tests. You know, there's not a lot about autonomy in here. There's not a lot about independence. You have to follow these rules. You don't even know whether the rules apply to you. And it's straight down from like a large body of government, for whatever that's worth. Similarly, in the US, in response to a number of major security threats, I don't know if you recall SolarWinds. I'm pretty sure that is part of what prompted this back in 2021. Mostly relevant for the United States of America. You know, again, what? Okay. And it's not yet revoked. It's still kind of sort of theoretically in effect, but the administration that issued it and the administration that's currently in power, they don't see eye to eye on a lot of things, and sometimes even if they do see eye to eye, they revoke stuff anyway. So whether this actually matters in the long term is kind of debatable at this point. They talk a lot about software bill of materials, otherwise known as SBOMs, which Bradley talked about at length on Thursday, and I was very happy to see that talk. And they had this weird concept with like auto-generated SBOMs. They were talking about these auto-generated SBOMs for stuff where you try to retroactively create an SBOM that's like kind of like, well, we pretend that this is what we use to build the software. I kind of question the ability to independently verify that. But here we are. Let's see. There's another project called OpenChain. They are like the epitome of checkboxes. When I talk about never mind the checkboxes, and they some of these checkboxes are totally okay things, but a lot of it is voluntary self-assessment again, and I kind of have a little distrust of how reliable that voluntary assessment is going to be. A lot of the checkboxes are like, we have security policies. Oh, jeez. Does this work? Oh dear. Well, that's not great. Let's start over. Okay. All right. We'll get through this. So, voluntary self-assessment. They actually require that you have a security policy, which isn't in and of itself a bad thing. And that you have people who work on security, who know that the policies exist, who document and review the policies, and we document and review the implementation of the policies, and that's good. It's better than not having all that stuff. And then they have a section on actual security stuff, which is good. Well, and I'll kind of deep dive into that. Well, not very deep, because it's just a checklist. But and they keep track of all the software that they have, and they archive the software, which that one's actually pretty important in my opinion. So that's cool. But again, this is all like a voluntary set of checklists. And then, because we don't have enough documentation yet, we document that we documented the documentation of the documents. That's this hyper summary of their long list of checkboxes with a little tongue-in-cheek applied to it. And then we review that we documented the documentation of the documentation of the review of the documentation. I kind of go a little crazy at some point. So yeah, it's pretty recursive, like reviewing and documenting, which is actually a good thing. You know, you want to check and make sure when you're dealing with security issues that you really got it. I mean, I get that. And maybe it's just not relevant at the scale of projects I work at. You know, when you're working at a large organization which has like thousands of people in each branch and the one hand doesn't know what the other is doing, maybe that's relevant. I don't know. So the actual security stuff, we identify the threats. Well, that's good. Yeah, you kind of need to do that for security. We detect vulnerabilities. Okay, good. Good that you're doing that. And we follow up when we find vulnerabilities. Okay, yeah, this is some pretty basic stuff for like reviewing your security policies. We talk about the vulnerabilities that we found. Okay, yeah. And we actually test the software that we release that we claim fixes the vulnerabilities. These are some pretty low bars. And I'm glad that they're trying to actually push for these low bars, but I think we can do a little better. Do you want to step in for a moment?
Yes, so we've just outlined a number of regulatory series of checkboxes, we put it like that. So a lot of these regulatory processes and standards bodies, they do, as a framework, they do provide some sort of basis for security. As Ray mentioned, it's better than nothing. But they do fall short of solving real-world problems. So they do focus primarily on documentation, and this is perhaps a legacy from physical bill of materials that we alluded to earlier, being applied to software. And software being sort of an inherently different kind of product, if I can use that word, means that there are different solutions available to it, which we'll come on to later. The static nature of standards means they are less dynamic. Security moves very fast. There's new, compared to physical supply chain issues. Knocking over a truck is pretty old, but new types of vulnerabilities are quite new and things like that. So, and then sort of new ones being discovered, and the whole system of software moves a lot quicker than physical objects and things like that. These, as Vagrant humorously outlined, these processes can be very resource intensive to the point where most people just don't bother. I mean, do you really, ISO certification probably costs a lot, just even if it was like a free process to go through. You've probably have taken a lot of people, you've probably hired specialists to do it, specialists to check it and things like that. So a lot of the time it just sort of doesn't really get done, that kind of thing. So what if there was like a better way of doing this kind of thing? So yes, the other issue is that they don't really provide security guarantees. You've, like, in a sense, just documented what you've done and things like that. And again, like with software, we feel there's something different that you can do because of that as well. So yeah, do you want to take over this one?
Yeah. So does it improve the quality of software to have a huge, long checklist of things to go through? Yeah, probably. Probably. I mean, a little bit. I don't know how much. I mean, can you quantify it? Could you run some tests on it? And at that point, you're actually doing more real work. So I don't know how much these things really affect quality. I think again, I'll reiterate, it's way better than absolutely nothing, but that's a pretty low bar. So do SBOMs give you the information necessary to verify how a given artifact was built? That's a bit questionable at this point. They provide all sorts of information about the dependencies you claim you used. They provide, but there's no way to tell that's what you actually used, inherent in, at least my understanding, most SBOM implementations. Although, honestly, I tried to find an SBOM implementation, and it's hard to find the documentation for the two major standards. You go to the SPDX dev site, and you go to the SPDX dev site and you click on the find out more information about SBOMs, and it sends you to a page about licensing issues. And I'm like, but I want to know about SBOMs. That's the link I clicked on. And then there's some other standard out there. So they list the software dependencies, and that's important. You need to actually list the software you use. Ideally, it's the software you actually used and just not a promissory list. Oh, I swear, I used this software to build, I used all these tool chains and all this software to build the software. But in some of the implementations, you can obfuscate the dependencies because they're worried about proprietary software and proprietary interests. So you can just have like some hash of the dependency instead of like the actual dependency itself. I'm all for hashes, but we still need the transparency to know what that hash is a hash of. So there are some weird things there because they're trying to cater to proprietary interests. And proprietary interests, in my opinion, are kind of fundamentally against security at the end of the day. They might not even be published. You might not actually be able to get the SBOM unless like by request. And that has some serious limitations on the ability to independently verify it. You know, back to those punk values of independence. Like, you gave me this software and I don't want to have to go back to you and have you tell me some more lies about what was in the software. I want to be able to check it independently through some, any other party can do this. So, what is the goal of all these checklists? Well, that's a good question. But I think more importantly, what should the goals be? And I think you should be able to independently verify the results of any, promise of if somebody gives you a software object, they should be able to verify the results. I mean, that's just, and the important part is it's independent third parties, A random person in the audience should be able to, if they've got the technical chops, go through, install the list of dependencies, build the software, and see if it actually is what it said it was. And then they're like, signatures are cool, but that's like just another set of blind trusts. Like, there have been a number of supply chain attacks where they compromise the signing service. And so the signature only gives you so much trust. And again, like many things in security, it's better than nothing and actually pretty good in many cases, but you have to be really paranoid about those signing services that are signing the objects. And signatures really should expire at some point, but then what do you do if you need to verify that the signature was valid at the time that the signature was made, and if it was compromised, maybe it could be retroactively recreated? So I don't want to rely too much on just trusting signatures. That's almost just getting back into blindly trusting the, vendor says everything's cool, it's probably cool. That's not a very good security model. So we have this reproducible builds project, And maybe you step in.
Yes, so by contrast, the Reproducible Builds project takes a different approach to all of these concerns. To start with the definition of what a reproducible build is, a build is reproducible if anyone with the same source code and the same dependencies can build a bit-for-bit identical version of the same software. Is that this one there? Yeah. So the reason why we care about that's sort of a technical definition up front. But the reason we care about this is if multiple people can independently build the same piece of software, that's quite strong evidence that neither of those people's build servers or computers have been tampered with. Like for example, it's an example, yeah. This in turn allows third parties to then trust the output of what we've done without building it themselves. So just for an example, if I can build exactly the same piece of software that the Debian build servers are producing, it means that neither of us have been tampered with, and we can trust the output from the Debian build servers. So for example, Vagrant can then just install the software from that service without having to build it themselves. So this is like a bottom-up independent approach to security in that sense. What is needed for you? Sorry, yeah, you want to take this?
Sure. Okay, so again, the reproducible builds definition is, yeah. Oh, it's when oh, maybe I'm stepping on something. I don't know. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, the reproducible builds definition, builds reproducible given the same source code, the build environment, build instructions, anybody can recreate it. So obviously you need the source code. You need the software used during the build. In theory, you could use an SBOM for this, but, and you need instructions on how to actually run the build. Okay, I've got some software, I've got this, but like, how do I actually start the build? That's kind of important. And it's really important that any party can do this sort of thing. Yeah, so we basically need SBOMs or SBOM-like data, ideally in a non-obfuscated form, and ideally publicly published so that anybody can download it. And really, when it comes down to it, have you heard some of these requirements for source code before? It sounds an awful lot like free and open source software, if I recall correctly. And in order to build free and open source software, you usually need to be able to use the build tools that generate that software and turn it into something useful. And you need the instructions of how to actually perform the build. This is like free software and reproducible builds. I kind of feel in my heart, reproducible builds is like the spiritual successor, like the fifth freedom that you need it's like the fifth free software freedom. Like, is it really free software if you can't prove it? I mean, so, right, you can use it, you can share it, you can study the source, you can change the source, you can give it to other people. So I'm going to make the case that reproducible builds with free and open source software, you could theoretically do reproducible builds with proprietary software, but you'd probably have to get into messy things like NDAs and stuff, and that really kills the autonomy and independence. It's harder to do mutual aid if you need to start signing NDAs and stuff in order to get access to the software. You could hire like some proprietary third-party vendor to do the verification for you, but then you're paying the vendor to do the verification, and they, you know, I don't know if you know, but like sometimes people, when they get paid to do something, you want the right results to come out, and if they get paid to do something and the wrong results come out, sometimes they get fired. So it doesn't really have the strength and transparency that just I can download it, a random person off the internet can download the software, download all the dependencies and build it and verify it themselves. You know, that's a DIY ethic that free software is so amazing for. And it builds a community. So I would really love to would love to bring more people in the free and open source software community into reproducible builds. I would love more companies using free software to actually get the whole community thing, and bring us all together. So, yeah. And, a healthy skepticism of authority can be really helpful when you're trying to do transparency, when the private interests kind of create misaligned incentives. We really need like the level of transparency and autonomy and independence and ability to verify it yourself or verify it for your friend. Maybe your friend doesn't have the skills to do it, but you can do it, and then they trust you because you have this like serious personal relationship. So yeah, that's the gist of it. Any questions? How do we do mics here? Okay.
Yeah, so I just wanted to ask about, when we're talking about reproducible builds, it's pretty easy to think about, I got a big pile of C files and I run GCC and then I hash the output and all good. But what if we're talking about Python projects, Ruby projects, JavaScript projects? Do you guys have some thoughts about those kinds of things and what we need for similar benefits in those areas?
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. Repeat the question, yes. So the question was, in a traditional compilation, sort of C, there is an argument that reproducibility is quite important. But given that Python files and other interpreted languages are not compiled in the same way, they are interpreted languages, do we still need reproducible builds? What's the advantage of reproducible builds in that area? Is that kind of the question? So yes, so whilst Python and other interpreted languages aren't compiled in the same way that C is, the release processes for all of these projects still have a sort of compilation aspect to them. They're often being bundled into the same place. There are often differences in Python's outputted documentation, for example, and it's still possible to include vulnerabilities within Python release processes. It's particularly the setup.py, for example, mechanism, whilst deprecated, allows for malicious code to be inserted and things like that. Sorry, there's something I'm missing on this one. But yeah, so and the ability to independently verify tarballs and other kind of archive formats is still exactly the same across traditional compilation and scripting interpreted languages and things like that.
Sure. Go for it.
Yeah, you talk a lot about the importance of reproducible builds in industry. I think that that reproducibility is very important in academia as well. And there have been errors where people have caught errors in, for example, data analysis by trying to reproduce it on their own and noticing differences or where errors came from. Has your project worked with people in academic circles, right. And are you looking to branch out into that?
Okay, I'll repeat the question. And basically, the question is getting at reproducibility also sounds really important for academic circles. And have we branched into that area? There are a number of people I know specifically through the GNU Geeks community, which do a lot of high performance computing, like genetics analysis and all sorts of stuff like that. And they're also really keen on reproducible builds. And there's a fundamental scientific principle of reproducibility, right? And I feel like as maybe computer scientists, maybe we've kind of fallen down on that. But yes, definitely interested in more ways we can collaborate. And I also remember the first time I heard about a reproducible paper where they didn't actually talk to us first, or reproducible builds related software research, and they didn't talk to us. It was like, oh, I think we made it. Yeah. So yeah, Bradley.
Yeah, I actually have a punk rock question.
Yeah.
So as you know, I'm a fan of your choice of title. I prefer West Coast U.S. punk to British punk. So I want to propose. I know, the whole point of punk rock is to be in your face and offensive to everyone. So I won't say the full title of the song, but I would like to ask for the theme song of Reproducible Bills to be Chicken Expletive Conformist by the Dead Kennedys. And if you're not comfortable with that, can we work on recruiting a punk band to write a theme song for Reproducible Bills?
Okay, so I will summarize and paraphrase the question. Blah, 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 various different niche punk movements. And can we get a band to actually record a song for Reproducible Builds? Is that a reasonable... A punk band, yeah. Oh, well, of course. Sure. If you have any leads, you know how to get a hold of me.
And we have the artwork already.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Pono.
So you touched a little bit on some of the downsides of S-bombs, but are there any, for license compliance specifically, are there any differences in the processes that Reproducible Builds has versus kind of the S-bomb stuff?
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. So the question is there any difference in terms of license compliance versus in relation to the SBOM side? I think the number one thing that Reproducible Builds can offer for license compliance is we can prove, well, we can reproducibly produce this software given this set of sources. We're very confident that we can look through all of those sources and know what the relevant licenses are. So in that sense, I mean, is that getting to your question? Yeah, I mean, how can you prove what the license is if you can't even prove what source code you actually used? And Reproducible Builds is, as far as I know, the simplest way to really identify, yes, this binary was really produced from this source code.
I don't think there's any way of guaranteeing that everything in your code, everything that you do a reproducible build will be free software. You just know that the source will be available, and that will let you at least analyze it and say, oh, is it actually free software, like things like that. But I mean, just having a guarantee that all the source is literally available to you is at least obviously the first step, and it is very likely that it is therefore free software within a more broader open source environment of building software.
Yeah. How about you first?
Hi. Do you have any thoughts on extending reproducible builds to, say, training machine learning models, verifying that the final binary or the weight of the model is using certain data set and using certain pipeline?
So the question is whether reproducible builds or the methods can be applied to machine learning, and whether models can be tested and seeing whether the output can be shown to be reproducible across time and things like that. Is that a good summary of the?
To verify that. Well, let's say in the context of language models, verify that the final weight that a company or organization releases is actually using a certain data set and pipeline that they can give.
Getcha. Yes, can reproducible builds be used to verify that the inputs and the weights at the end of a large language model were actually based on the original inputs that they promise to them. So is this something that you have insight into?
My understanding of a lot of these things, I think there is some degree of determinism in a lot of the model building, but part of what makes them work is a little bit of fuzziness, and that's I'm by no means an expert on these sorts of things, but my understanding is that reproducible builds will be of limited use in some of those contexts. Obviously, if you get a bit-for-bit identical result, you can have reasonable confidence, but I think there's something fundamentally different going on there. But by all means, anybody else who knows more, chime in. Yeah. Kathy?
Do you have a short way of describing what your project does to help reproducibility happen in the software world? I mean, just services or tools? Or what do you guys do?
So the question is, do we have a short explanation of the goals of the projects, goal of the reproducible builds project and what we do? Including its methods. Sorry,
Yeah,
I'm sort of
yeah.
blanking. You go ahead.
Oh, sure. So basically, what we provide a bunch of documentation about, like, oh, you're having a timestamp problem. Here's an example written in Python. Here's an example written in Rust. So we have documentation that just kind of documents some of the common issues and at least one or two ways to solve them. We also have tooling that when you do a build and then you do another build and you're getting a different result, we have tooling called diffoscope that can be used to analyze the differences and kind of hone in on, like, oh, okay, what kind of an issue is this? So we have tooling like that. We have a community. We have a mailing list with people from all sorts of different distributions and software backgrounds. We've mostly focused on, like, distributions such as Debian and Arch Linux, but there are some folks in the, like, Java community who have been doing great work on reproducible builds, and would love to get our feet dipped in the water in the Python community. A lot of our tooling is actually written in Python, so that seems like a natural next steps one of these days. But yeah. Okay. Okay. Oh, how many people in here went to Bradley's talk on Thursday? All right. Cool. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, okay. So yeah, I kind of, after seeing that talk, I kind of just wanted to, like, take Bradley's talk and inject it in the middle of my talk, but it was great.
It's CC by saying, and if you want
Yeah, yeah.
I'll give it GPL.
Oh yeah, my copyright actually. Oh yeah. Well, I guess thank you all. You can help make it happen. We're always looking for a little bit of funding. This stuff doesn't run itself. And so there are and we could love collaborators and people contributing to the software and bringing in new types of software into the reproducible builds community. Yeah, always looking for sponsors of both labor, energy, and enthusiasm. Okay. Cool. And is that time? Yeah, yeah. Okay.
get any messages?
Okay, roughly on time. Good morning, everyone. My name's Matthew Garrett. Everyone able to hear me okay at the back? Good?
Let's make sure do we turn it on?
Yep. Sorry?
Can you turn it up? Actually, here, let's just point this at you.
Okay, is this better?
That was gonna happen.
Awesome. Okay. Sure. Just be 1 second.
Sorry to delay you guys a little bit longer. Tom, let me know. Oh, I see the issue here. All good.
Okay. My name is Matthew Garrett. I've been working on Linux-related things for over 20 years now, which is somewhat depressing. I have been working, a lot of the stuff I've been doing in the last 10 years has been kind of security focused. A lot of it has been related to firmware. I was one of the people who was involved in developing Linux integration with the UEFI Secure Boot Protocol, which we'll cover a little later on. My focus is very much on user rights and freedoms. I'm a former member of the board of directors for the Free Software Foundation. I fundamentally believe that it is vital that users have the right to make choices about what their computers do, and those choices should not be imposed upon them. So, we're going to start talking about DRM. DRM, canonically expanded to digital rights management, more colloquially also referred to as digital restrictions management. Basically, it's infrastructure that is intended to reduce user control over data. Now, DRM probably first came to wider awareness when DVDs were launched in the 90s. And people discovered that even though their computer had a DVD drive, even though the video data on that DVD was implemented using a standard specified video codec that could, in theory, be played by any operating system, if you attempted to read the data off that DVD, in the vast majority of cases, the drive would refuse to hand over that data. And this was down to something called CSS, or the Content Scrambling System, that allowed that mandated a cryptographic exchange between the operating system and the drive before the drive would allow this data to be read. And the idea here was that every DVD player could have its own cryptographic key. And if those keys were somehow leaked, if those keys somehow became available to others that would allow them to extract material, those keys could be revoked. We would be able to update drive firmware so that those keys would no longer work. And people would not be able to continue ripping new DVDs. Now, we were fortunate in that CSS, while in theory having all of these capabilities, was cryptographically weak. And it's in fact possible to brute force valid CSS keys in a few seconds on even a computer from the early 2000s. So this didn't end up being anywhere near as much of a real-world problem as it could have been, but this was where things started happening. Then we also saw the use of DRM to restrict access to PDFs, resulting famously in Dmitry Skylorov being found guilty of violating the various laws that were introduced around that time and being imprisoned for documenting and producing software that would allow you to remove that encryption. Now, in the process of all of that, those fights that happened in the late 90s to the early 2000s, we ended up basically establishing that we were not able to assert that software was a form of speech in America, and that it was in fact constitutionally valid to have laws that prevented people from writing software that modified data in a way of your choosing, even if you owned that data. well, even if you nominally own that data, the argument generally being you don't own the data, you license the data from the rights holder. A bunch of technology has been built since then to enforce this even more strongly. These days, if you're streaming from Netflix, if you want to get 4K video from them, your device needs to prove to Netflix that decrypted, they will stream you encrypted data. Your device needs to prove to Netflix that that data will never be visible to the operating system. So it will be displayed on your screen, but that will be done by passing that data directly to an area of hardware that the operating system can't interfere with. You have no insight into that data at all other than the final picture, the final audio. Doing this well obviously means having to restrict a lot of this. So when I say DRM, we're going to be talking, I'm not necessarily just talking about the PC case, I'm not just necessarily talking about the Netflix case. One core part of the majority of DRM implementations is that the operating system is somewhat restricted. Now, while the Netflix 4K stuff is done by having like a very locked down environment somewhere in special magic hardware, that's not always the case. And in some cases, the operating system is simply locked down. You make it impossible for the user to modify the operating system, and then it doesn't matter if the operating system can see the data because the user can't modify the operating system to give them the data, to modify the data in the ways they care about. This became obvious in the early 2000s when a company called TiVo, who made the first popular digital video recorders, devices that you would put in your home, and then broadcast TV would go into them, and they would save that on the hard drive. This all feels very, very weird in the on-demand world, but back then that was utterly magical. People discovered that they could tamper with the TiVo, that they could then record stuff, copy it off there, store stuff on larger systems, send it not just from their TiVo to their TV, but potentially stream it from their TiVo to elsewhere in the world. All kinds of wonderful, useful things. And TiVo were, this feels like something that is going to get us into trouble with TV companies and copyright holders. So we are modifying our hardware, we are modifying our operating system so that everything is cryptographically verified before it boots. And if you modify it anyway, if you change it in any way, despite the fact that the hard drive is sitting there, you could take that hard drive out, plug it into another system, change the bootloader, change the operating system, it would no longer boot because the cryptographic signatures would no longer match. And this is the origin of the term TiVoization, which was a key thing that GPL v3 was intended to protect against. More modern approaches often lock down the hardware. So as I mentioned, video streams these days often go directly to your graphics hardware. On mobile devices, it may be that that's handled in hardware. It may be that that's implemented using something called Trust Zone, a special CPU mode where the CPU stops executing the operating system and starts executing code that is loaded before the operating system is loaded, that is cryptographically verified earlier in the process, and which is in an area of memory the operating system is not allowed to touch. And we'll be going into this later, but sometimes there are ways in which you can give the user the ability to modify the operating system, to remove some of these restrictions, to change what a system will boot, but still have the ability to prove whether it's the original operating system or a modified operating system to a remote site, and that remote site can then make a policy decision around that. So the TiVo approach of the lock bootloader, the chain of trust, is kind of the thing most people would normally think of in terms of a lockdown device. Many of you probably have phones that can't easily be unlocked, where it's not straightforward for you to replace the operating system it's running. Those of you who have iPhones, anyone have an iPhone here? So firstly, thank you for being willing to admit that in this venue. That was very brave.
I'm giving a talk about iOS development today, so I can't hide it.
Okay, fine. If you are required by capitalism to have one in order to be able to eat, yeah, I understand. So those are devices where you have no or the manufacturer does not want you to have any ability to modify that. There are other devices. The Google Pixel devices are designed to give you control over this. You can replace the operating system. There's also a number of smaller manufacturers who produce devices that are deliberately unlocked that do allow people to have full control over their devices. And obviously we have the phones from the outside that ecosystem, things like the Pine phone, devices that are intended to be there for people to do interesting things with. Media decode occurs in protected space. We've already kind of covered that. Yeah, taking a cryptographic record of what the system boosted and being able to prove this to a remote system. So I'm going to talk a little about TPMs. Now, TPMs were hardware that started appearing in the early 2000s. There was a great deal of concern that TPMs were going to be used in a user-hostile manner that would prevent people from being able to boot Linux on computers, that would prevent them being able to modify the installed operating system. Most of this was a complete misunderstanding of what a TPM can actually do. So a TPM is an independent hardware object. It's got a very small amount of RAM. It is a fairly slow CPU in most cases. A lot of TPMs are still 8051 derivatives. It's an Intel microcontroller from a really long time ago. Some are ARM-based. Some of them will actually run us a few hundred megahertz. It's kind of magical. So they can generate and use cryptographic keys and then never release the private key to the operating system. So that means that something that is signed by the TPM, you know that it was signed on the system that has that TPM because the private key could never go anywhere else. But the other thing is they can store a record of what was booted. Now, it's important to note a TPM does not have magical abilities. A TPM can't see what the operating system is doing. It has no ability to access the system RAM. It has no insight. It's not sitting there sniffing everything that's loaded. The TPM only knows what it is told. And the way this works is during your boot process, each part of the boot process generates what's called a measurement, like a cryptographic hash of the next component in the boot process, or a measurement of some security sensitive state, like whether secure boot's enabled or not. And it passes that to the TPM. And the TPM basically keeps a record of all of these measurements. So even if you modify the operating system after it's booted, those measurements will still be there. If you modify components, the TPM will not stop you from booting it, but the measurement will be different. And the TPM, once it's got this record, is able to generate a signature of that. So we call this a quote. The TPM will give you a quote which is signed with a key that is in the TPM. And so there's no direct way to fake this because you don't have access to that key. Only the TPM has access to that key. And you can't ask the TPM to sign something that looks identical to a quote on your behalf because the signing something that is not a quote results in something that looks different to something that is a quote. The format of the data given back to you is different. So a quote that comes from a TPM, there's a whole laborious way you can prove that it comes from a specific TPM and that's really a TPM. So from a user freedom perspective, this sounds kind of terrifying. My computer can now be asked by a remote website, please tell me what you booted. And then that remote website can make a decision about whether or not to give me access to something. And that is obviously the kind of user hostile thing that we are not in favor of here. I hope. Anyone here in favor of that? Excellent. Although that was being much braver than the iPhone thing.
Capitalism enforces that I be in favor of it?
I don't think capitalism enforces that you be in favor of this.
Okay, good.
Are you sure?
Asking me if I'm sure that capitalism will not disappoint me. So obviously tying remote attestation into DRM is straightforward as a concept. And while we don't really see this in the PC market, we do see this on mobile devices. If any of you are familiar with Play Protect, this is a mechanism where an Android device can prove to a remote site that it is running an unmodified operating system, that it is not rooted, and that the app that is running has not been tampered with. So while remote attestation in the PC space, in the TPM-backed space, has not really ended up a mainstream thing, remote attestation as a user hostile thing is. Now, the TPM one's actually very easily circumventable. So firstly, no one, if you modify any of the boot components, you can't trust anything after that point, because once you control the boot process, since the TPM doesn't know anything unless it's told, you can just start lying to the TPM about what you boot. So as long as you intercept this early enough in the boot process, you can just now fake all the measurements. And so, okay, well, fine. We'll just say that every measurement has to match. And the problem there is nobody knows these set of legitimate measurements, because so many of these things vary from between every single type of computer, every firmware version, and no vendor has published the expected values of all of these. So outside really constrained spaces, in the general PC space, there's no way to say, I can trust all of these measurements. This is something that you can make use of in the corporate space, and we'll go into some more useful ones. But the other thing is, now no one has done this yet, because there's no one is implementing remote attestation, and so there's no market for this. But a TPM is just a chip on a board. You could just buy another one and then plug that into your machine over USB or something, and then send a set of legitimate measurements to the one you just plugged in, and then get the quotes from that one. And then whatever operating system you've booted, you've got something with cryptographic keys that has the expected values, and now you can just say, yep, here is my set of measurements, I'm fine. So from a technical perspective, we have ways around this. I am unclear on whether that would be, okay, it's almost certainly a violation of the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, because approximately everything is a violation of the Digital Millennium Copyright Act. I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice. So easily circumventable. It's not realistic for someone to do it. I'm not too worried about that. But yeah, we do see this on phones. There are services that will refuse to work if you have rooted your phone, if you have installed a unofficial operating system on your phone. One thing that remote attestation has been used for a little bit is whether a system had UEFI secure boot enabled. Now, some games will actually do remote attestation. They will not verify the entire boot chain. They will just look for an indication as to whether secure boot was enabled or not. This is used for anti-cheat purposes. There's a bunch of really difficult questions around that. Obviously, this is icky and horrible. But fundamentally, if an operating system didn't boot with secure boot enabled, and you ask the operating system, did you boot with secure boot enabled? We're into trust me bro territory here. That's not in itself helpful. We can't rely on the operating system. But the TPM does have a record of whether secure boot was enabled, and therefore we do have a mechanism to look at that. Now, where is that root of trust? So the TPM only knows what the firmware tells it. How do you know that the firmware has not been tampered with? And the answer is, we get the CPU to verify the firmware before it executes it. Now, those of you who know how computers work may think this is a little odd, because if you're used to x86, you're used to the idea that you power up the chip and it starts executing the firmware. And if the firmware is the thing you want to verify, you can't have the firmware verify itself. Microsoft tried this with the original Xbox in 2001 by putting the original block of the firmware in ROM instead of in Flash, managed to mess it up in like 7 different ways. You can't easily build that sort of infrastructure if you're asking the CPU, if you're asking the firmware to verify itself. So these days, when you turn on an Intel CPU, it does not start executing the firmware. it finds something called an authenticated code module, or ACM, in Flash. It reads that. The CPU microcode verifies a signature on that. So the boot ROM in the CPU and its microcode verify that ACM and execute that ACM. And in the process, this means that the CPU goes from 16-bit mode to 32-bit mode or 64-bit mode. It actually turns it's now going to do a bunch of cryptography. That's going to be really annoying if you don't have any RAM. And you don't have RAM yet because the thing that tells you how to turn on your RAM is the firmware, which we can't execute until we verify that it's trustworthy. So the CPU actually starts using its cache as if it were RAM, because it knows how to speak to cache. That just starts working. So it initializes the cache. It then reads the initial chunk of the firmware. It verifies that, and then it executes that. Now, an important thing here is it needs to copy that into cache and then verifies and then executes it from cache, because otherwise, if it did the verification and then executed it, your Flash could be replaced with a part that the first time you read it gives you one value, and the second time you read it gives you a different value. So this is all important. And after it's done that, the CPU goes back to 16-bit mode and starts executing your firmware. And then that firmware verifies the rest of the firmware. That firmware verifies your bootloader, and so on. And all of these are measured. So the CPU is not just verifying the firmware, it's also measuring it in the CPM. It's sending that data to the CPM, so there's records of it. Intel's implementation of this is called BootGuard. AMD's is called Platform Secure Boot. The AMD case is slightly different. In that case, there's actually an independent ARM core on your x86 called a Platform Security Processor that does all of this before turning on the x86 cores. So it's differently terrifying. Okay, no, we're good. I think I accidentally jiggled the cable. Most hardware that implements this, if users have this at all, it is turned on without this being an advertised feature. And that means you can't modify the firmware on your system. The first code that is interestingly executed on your CPU, you don't have to modify that. And that feels, well, that is a user hostile decision in most cases. What do users want? Users want uninhibited access to our data. We don't want someone else telling us what we can do with our computer. We don't want someone else telling us what we can do with files that we have paid money for that have then been downloaded onto our system. We don't, in general, want other people to have the same rights on our system, to our data. If someone steals my laptop, I don't want to worry about all my data now being in someone else's hands. If I have to hand over a computer while I'm walking into a different country, I don't want to have to worry that in the process, all my assumptions about the device's trustworthiness are now violated. I want to be able to leave a computer in my hotel room without worrying that it's going to have been tampered with in a way that compromises my security or privacy when I come back. If malware ends up on my system, I want to be able to detect that in some way. So I should have control over my device. You should not have control over my device. I trust some of you. I have no reason to distrust any of you. I have affirmative trust in a subset of you, just based on personal knowledge. But look, unless I have a good reason to, I'm not going to assume that handing you a laptop, thank you for handing me your laptop. All right, I'm using someone else's laptop because mine's refusing to speak to the projector. Right, someone else should not have the ability to interfere with that. If you have access to my computer for some amount of time, that should not mean that you have all my files. It should not mean that you have all my email. It should not mean that you have a way to get my passwords, or modify the system such that even if you don't get my passwords, then you're able to get my passwords in future. I want to be able to say no to that. And that means there needs to be some amount of control at my end of things. And obviously, this is how media owners, rights owners, well, look, there's a bunch of euphemisms for this. The people who sell you things and then say that they didn't actually sell it to you, they just licensed it to you, they are thinking about this in the same way. They want control over all this data. They want to be able to do whatever they want with it. When they give it to you, when you temporarily borrow it from them, they don't want you to be able to do anything you want. They still want to be the people making those decisions. And so fundamentally, there is not a strong technical distinction between DRM and any technology that allows me to draw a dividing line between what I can do to my computer and what you can do to my computer. So remote attestation, the thing that would allow, in principle, my computer to prove that I am running something with a full hardware DRM pipeline and I have not modified my operating system in any way to a remote site, user hostile. Unless, say, I performed remote attestation between my laptop and my phone. If you tamper with my laptop, I could then have remote attestation go to my phone, and my phone could then tell me that my laptop has been tampered with. That doesn't feel user hostile. I control both the endpoints. I'm the one making a decision based on the information I have. Doesn't need to be a phone. Another approach I've been playing with is you can get little USB tokens that just plug into your USB port that allow you to put arbitrary codes on there. That could also verify. Remote attestation doesn't define the transport in any way. There is nothing stopping you from pushing a TPM quote over USB to a device that then flashes a different color to LED, depending on whether that quote is something that's expected or not. And again, that's something that people could use to determine whether their system is booting into the expected state or not. That feels privacy preserving. That feels like a statement of user control, but the technology is fundamentally identical to the technology that was allowed that control to be taken away. Technology, I'm not going to argue that technology is amoral. There's a lot of technology that is very clearly immoral. But that doesn't mean that technology that can be used for bad things is fundamentally immoral. There are many ways where the tools that were potentially even initially intended to be used in user-hostile ways can in fact be used in ways that give users more control, more confidence in the state of their system. In terms of controlling access to systems, we're actually seeing some amount of increase in people voluntarily making their systems harder to futz with. We're seeing people move, in many cases, towards what are called immutable operating systems. This is something that was initially came out of Chrome OS, the idea that the entire root file system would be cryptographically signed and verified, and you would not be able to tamper with that. Apple then incorporated that into Mac OS in the 2010s. And we're now seeing the Linux world get interested in this because it gives you a solid, stable base. It gives you an environment that is running in a known state. And that doesn't stop you running whatever you want on top of that. But it does mean that since this is a read-only thing, you can't just go in and change system components. And again, that feels like why would you give that up? And the answer is you're not fundamentally giving it up. Nothing is stopping you from replacing that immutable operating system with a modified version. Nothing is stopping you from taking any of the signing keys that were used to cryptographically verify that and replace them, as long as the underlying technology gives you that control. As long as you are able to replace those keys, as long as you are ultimately the person making those trust decisions, making something immutable is, it's not fundamentally immutable, it's just more steps to mute it. That's not what that word means. As a user I should have the ability to say, I want my computer to be in a known unmodifiable state because that's the state I want it to be in. I want it to be as close to impossible as possible for anyone else to tamper with that, even if that means I need to go through some more steps myself to do that. So I think in terms of where we've ended up as an industry, I think measurement is a really important part of this. The idea that we should have a cryptographic record of what was booted, I think that is a really important building block in terms of ensuring that users have control over their systems, that users are able to be informed as to whether their systems are in the expected state or not. I think the default of enforcing secure boot, of making it impossible to boot anything unless it has a valid signature, I don't think that's a great one. I think that is extremely bad when your underlying hardware is doing that. Systems that ship with bootguard or platform secure boot enabled, you can't replace the system firmware. You can't install core boots. You can't control the lowest level code that is executing on that x86 during the boot process. And a lot of you probably don't care. I do care. I really enjoy having laptops where my code is running from the point where the CPU hits the reset vector. That is very appealing to me. Right now, I've been talking about this conceptually for a few years, but we haven't really built much infrastructure to do anything with this. We know what measurement looks like. We know what how to perform measurements. And in fact, many Linux distributions are now engaging in measured boots. They are providing a cryptographic record of security critical information during the boot process, but we're not using that for anything. We're not giving users the ability to do anything with that. And the other problem is that we're not really dealing with this at the industry level. A lot of these decisions are being made by hardware vendors because there's kind of no criticism of them doing it. If 3 people say you shouldn't enable bootguard, and then Microsoft says, here are these security benefits you gain from enabling bootguard in the factory, manufacturers are going to do that. And we're just not making the case for the alternatives. If the argument people are hearing is largely either security or no security, as opposed to here is how you can achieve the majority of the same security goals without losing user freedom in the process, people are going to go with security. So I think a big part of this is also figuring out a use of language for this. We don't have a good way to communicate that to users, to the rest of the industry. And I think we have I think the free software community has as a whole, and this is not criticism, I understand why, a very cynical attitude towards any sort of technology that has the word security on it, because there is a presumption it's going to be used in ways that hurt us. And even if not deliberately to hurt us, it's going to have collateral damage. We're going to need to figure out ways to get around this. UEFI secure boots, I was involved in a bunch of conversations about this back in 2011, 2012, before it was rolled out. I think there is a genuine security reason for that. I think Microsoft's enthusiasm for it was driven by a mixture of security and someone wanting to get promoted. I don't think it was intended as a way to restrict what people could do with computers. But it did mean that we had to do a lot of work. It means that distributions and users still need to jump through some more hoops than they did before. But the fact that we were not involved in that conversation early enough to influence what any of those design decisions looked like was part of that problem. And we need to figure out how to actually have this conversation with the people who end up making these decisions. Like I said, a lot of the default configuration of the PC market is not driven by any sort of well thought out overall threat model. It's being driven by, here is a feature, if we turn it on, we get more security tick boxes. Nobody is really thinking through any of this. No one is thinking, we will turn this on in order to make Richard Stallman unhappy. Some of you might then think that that would be a good reason to turn those on. I'm not going to comment. Sorry, that was unfair. I apologize. But having this conversation with the industry as a whole is going to be an important part of this, and figuring out how to actually have this as a reasonable conversation, figure out where to give presentations on this, figuring out who to make these pitches to, and just getting into the rooms where decisions end up being made is going to be a key part of this. Because fundamentally, like, when I came in, I was saying, you know, a lot of this looks extremely like DRM. And the answer is yes. All of this is identical to DRM. The technology is the same, and it's the policy associated with it that matters in terms of whether this technology is DRM or not. And making sure that those policy decisions are user-focused rather than media owner-focused is going to be necessary for us to continue having computers that users have control over. Thank you. So I think we have a few minutes for questions.
So as you know, TPMs have some issues. Have you ever seen a trusted boot implementation that you would consider trustworthy?
So, as repeating the question, TPMs have issues. Have I seen a trusted boot implementation that I consider trusted? So trusted boot is the name that the Trusted Computing Group uses for measured boot. So trusted boot is the TPM-based measured boot. TPMs, some of them have had weak random number generation. Some of them have had side channel attacks that allow the extraction of private key material. I think at a conceptual level, the implementation is reasonably secure. Honestly, if I were going to attack a trusted boot implementation, my initial approach would not be trying to attack the TPM as the root of trust. It would be just trying to find ways that the firmware is making use of unmeasured data and doing that poorly. A lot of firmwares will read an unsigned boot logo to splash on the screen, and were not very good at dealing with malformed logos, such that it was easy to get a buffer overflow, arbitrary code execution, and since that wasn't measured, the trustworthy firmware is now running untrusted code, and you have no way of knowing that from the trusted boot thing. I'm not too concerned about trusted boot implementations in the measured boot side of things or the TPM side of things, even though there are cases where enough physical access would potentially allow you to change some of those assumptions. Honestly, if we're in the Mossad is trying to crack my laptop end of things, I would not say that Trusted Boot's going to protect you against that. Is Trusted Boot going to give me a reasonably high degree of confidence that my system wasn't tampered with when going through immigration in most countries? Yeah, I'd be fairly happy there. Some countries, no, I would not trust that statement. Yeah.
So a lot of this seems to boil down to we don't have a place in the industry that to exist for these conversations. So who's going to start that, and how do we engage with that?
That's a great question. So the question is basically, we don't have a space in the industry. How do we do that? I think before focusing on that, I'd say we don't really have a space in our community to have these conversations. We don't have any way to say that someone making this argument is actually representative of a meaningful set of people in the first place. And that makes it harder, because if I turn up and say, hey, yeah, no, the Linux community definitely wants this. Do you? If I speak on behalf of the free software community, I don't actually have any particular mandate to do that. Obviously, we're not in a someone should be elected to this position to make these sorts of pronouncements, but I think just at least having a wider conversation at the community level is going to be important in terms of saying that our voice has any legitimacy at all. Now, outside that, there are the working places I would sort of expect these to maybe have some traction would be the UEFI forum, the Trusted Computing Group, cases where we're not directly making where policy decisions are not directly made, but the people who are making policy decisions are there, and at least making sure that they are aware of alternative perspectives.
Sure, but those places don't really let us participate in them. That's kind of a problem in itself.
So those places don't have direct mechanisms for the Linux community to be represented at the moment. There is, so I have been involved in all of those and largely wearing a free software hat rather than a DRM industry hat. It's not impossible for us to get in there, but right, except me just being me is not super helpful here. In a lot of cases, for a few $1,000s a year, which is like, I would not say that an individual should be doing this, but it would potentially be viable were there a feeling that this would be helpful for organizations within the free software space to participate. I think in terms of figuring out the best strategy to do that, there would be some conversations involved, but it's not impossible for us to have our voices heard there. And figuring out ways to do that, I think, is worthwhile. Orange shirt.
Does RISC-V provide any good avenue for this?
I think RISC-V probably provides like 17. It's hard to say. I don't know how well defined the RISC-V boot security story is, simply because I haven't been part of that. I think most vendors have just been doing their own completely custom thing so far, which is what we see mostly in the ARM world. The low levels of ARM secure boots are generally SoC vendor specific, sometimes completely different within different chips from the same SoC vendor. Bradley.
So as someone who spent weeks at one point in my life trying to do Linux from scratch so I built my entire operating system from source, which I never finished, by the way. But I really love the idea of being able to know for myself that this machine can only boot the thing I told it to boot. So I agree with so much of what you said. The thing that I've struggled with since TPM came out is we know the other side is going to use it for evil. And so how do we, as a policy political matter, how do we navigate a nuanced position when their position is not nuanced? I've struggled with that.
Okay. So I think the short distillation of Bradley's question there is, how do we present a nuanced position when the other side wants to just outright use it for evil, which is not a nuanced position? They've had 20 years to use it for evil, and they haven't. So if they are actively evil here, they're really incompetent. So, but I think the majority, so there may have been people, I'm not going to speak on behalf of everyone here, there may have been people who were sitting there in a dark room with a white cat on their lap cackling as the Trusted Computing Group ratified specifications. By and large, I don't think the people involved in that were thinking this way, and if they were, they've retired by now. They're not the people we're dealing with anymore. And I think basically no one else cares. I think we've got time for one more at the back.
So my personal threat model revolves more around banking information, saying things my government doesn't agree with, and communicating with vulnerable people in the community. And trusted boot does not really help, because all of those activities happen in user space, in a web browser. Have you put any thought towards how we can utilize the technologies that back DRM to be able to make an end-to-end secure encryption client actually work in an environment where I can trust that it's not being intercepted as I type into the chat line?
Right. So the question is, what I've been talking about has largely focused on the boot process, but a lot of what people actually care about is coming later than that. It's your encrypted messaging client, it's your web browser. How do we know that those are legitimate, that the things they're talking to are legitimate? So one case of remote attestation being used for good is Signal will actually verify that the Signal server is authentic before talking to it. The server actually makes use of SGX-based remote attestation, which is a whole different set of weird stuff I'm not going to go into now. But basically, it can prove that it is running an untampered with version of the server software before anything privacy sensitive is transmitted. That doesn't help if your client's been tampered with, because someone could just remove that check. And so, yeah, in theory, there is nothing stopping extending the measurement all the way up to the individual applications. Linux actually has support for this through something called the Integrity Management Architecture, or Integrity Measurement Architecture, well, IMA. And that can be used to do that in a really awkward way. Moving to a sort of container-based, app-based things, that's in a sense much more straightforward. The combination of an immutable operating system where we measured that then measured each container as it was starting, would give us a way to say we have a measurement that proves this entire chain. And sorry, so you had your hand up. Was that just?
I was just wanting to specifically add to what you were saying. So at least in Fedora Linux, where we have IMA implemented, packages that are built and distributed by Fedora have IMA signatures attached to them on disk. And with Btrfs by default, you can also turn on FSVery and basically have attestation going from the boot chain all the way up into even user data. But the problem is currently everything has to go through the Linux kernel for this, and there's basically no interface for configuring this for the runtime environment currently.
Yeah, IMA.
Which is why it's awkward for us.
IMA looks extremely like it was written by IBM, because it was written by IBM. It is an extremely enterprise thing, as opposed to something that's really designed to be super useful for end users. And yeah, figuring out how all these moving parts fit together in a way where you can say, this is my expected measurement versus this is not my expected measurement, without having to download every RPM in order to know the set of legitimate measurements is kind of a hassle. So it's not the ideal model, but it's what we have. And I think having container, like if Flatpak were doing measurements of everything it was bringing up, that's measuring the aggregate rather than measuring the individual component makes this a lot easier. Anyway, I think we're at time. I'm going to be around the rest of today and should be here tomorrow. If anyone would like to talk about any of this, hit me up. Otherwise, I'm pretty easy to find online. Feel free to drop me an email. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
I don't mind waiting a minute if you think I should. Yeah. I mean, I know it's just lunch.
Yeah, so the dependency issue is like, oh, you need to use this part to this part, but the only way you can do that is like, there's only two ways you can fuse. One is like they have to be next to each other, or one is like they have to be one in front of the other immediately. If you don't have the exact right configuration of them, then it's not going to work.
Good afternoon, everyone. How's that volume sound? Yeah, that's good. All right. My name is Mark Wong. I'm here to talk about an adventure in data modeling. I'm curious how many database folks are application developers? Okay, all right. So I'm gonna talk about this adventure this company had about the database data model that they were using and this thing called the entity attribute value data model. EAV just rolls off the tongue so much easier. The problems I ran into and some of the workarounds, there's no single one solution, but I think there are a number of workarounds that people can live with if they are stuck with this data model. Otherwise, please interrupt and ask questions as you please. So just briefly about myself, I am employed by a company company named EDB. They sell and do full services for Postgres. I contribute to Postgres here and there in the community. Just mention if anyone else is local, I help organize some of the meetups around Postgres in town, and I help out at this little regional nonprofit called the United States Postgres Association. So anyway, what I'm here to talk about is just to tell a little story around the experience of a data modeling, a particular data model that was used for a marketing company that was storing that marketing company who has a database with their customers' members' information. I'm going to focus on the type of information that revolves around what they were keeping track of individuals. So I'll go over how they implemented the EAV data model, how they lived with it, and share what was learned, so hopefully no one has to experience the same troubles that they did. And as a little bit of a spoiler, the moral of the story is don't try not to be too hasty at implementing this thing. So the customers had data on individuals, on people, and some examples are email address, first, last name, and just to keep it simple, we'll just say they're keeping track of what their favorite database is. Once upon a time, the way that their application was set up was to horizontally partition the database by customer. Every customer had their own set of tables. Nice, clean way to separate data. Some numbers around this is that this ended up being more than a dozen tables per customer, and only one of these tables actually had information of each customer's members. But that's only, we're just focusing on that for the purposes of this story. So with one table that contained all of their members' information, pretty easy to export information. One of the common things that customers did is they wanted to export their members' information so they can do whatever they needed to with the data. Something pretty simple. This table, what this table looked like, column for the email address, first name, last name, what their favorite database is. And in Postgres, you can use this copy statement to just dump things out into CSV file. Very easy, simple spreadsheet sort of thing to do. And for the customers that had even millions of rows of data, millions of people, millions of people's worth of data, you could expect this to get a spreadsheet in seconds, a matter of seconds. So it doesn't sound like anything is wrong with that, right? The thing that's unfortunate was that other aspects of the system was under a tremendous amount of stress. So there were already 40,000 customers. You do some math, simple math, I think. You ended up with over a million of objects of the system after you count up all the tables for all the customers and then all the indexes on top of that and various other objects in the database that just need to exist. It was very hard to mine data, generate company-wide reports of what's going on in the system. I'll give a simple example of that coming up. And a couple of the administrative issues for that I think some of the DBAs might recognize was that if to add another attribute, if they also wanted to track what my favorite movie was in addition to what my favorite database was, being able to make that kind of update required an alter table statement, and I'll talk a little bit about that more later. And being able to do a database backup in a reasonable amount of time became very difficult. So how difficult was it? If we wanted to do something as simple as how many people are in this database, you would think that just being able to go through and count all the rows should be a very simple task to do for the database system. So with 40,000 customers, you're grabbing a lock on each table, which is 40,000 locks. And I'm going to see if one of these DBA folks here will help quantify this a little bit better for me. 40,000 locks is really a crap ton of locks in the system. Something that is reasonable, to give you an idea of what is reasonable, a complex reporting database, you might do a join between, say, 6 tables. You get a lock for each table, and you're looking at maybe tens of locks. And now we're talking about 40 tens of thousands of locks on a system. That's several order of magnitude different on what a normal complex query is compared to something that's simple. If you want to do something more complicated than just count the number of rows in the system, you do a join with another table. You're looking at 40, now you're looking at 80,000. You had one more table, you're looking at over 100,000 locks. It's not something that a database system, any database system, can readily manage. So it was virtually impossible on a live system to be able to do something as simple as count the number of people that are in this database. Database backups was also incredibly painful. How many folks think that 1 terabyte of data is a lot of data? So with 1 terabyte of data, I wish I did this math before because I'm terrible at doing this off the cuff now. 1 terabyte of data, you should be able to write that out, make a copy of that. How fast are drive these days? You can write several hundred megabytes a second. Should be able to copy terabyte of data in a matter of minutes. Yeah, is my math okay? So because of how many objects are in the system, the amount of locks that the system needs to create, if you were to run pgdump and get a copy of the data, it would take more than 24 hours. Now we're talking hours instead of minutes. You know, it's 24 hours, 4,000 minutes. Let's say, I like to round up. Several order of magnitude longer than it should to copy out 1 terabyte of data. But, you know, on one hand, maybe that's okay for some companies. Depends on what your requirements are. If you only could have a granularity of backups for every day or two, you know, maybe that's okay. But I think it's kind of ridiculous that it takes that much longer to pump out what should what a lot of people consider actually a small amount of data in the system. So someone decided that it was time to do something very dramatic. Just to highlight only a few of the major design changes that were happening. The first thing that they wanted to attack first was we got to cut down the number of tables in the system. So instead of creating a partition create a new partition anytime there was a new customer, they decided, well, we'll just have a fixed number of partitions. We'll create 1,000 partitions and just redistribute all the customers with some scheme in mind, such that we're going to try to average the data out between each partition, so that now each partition should be about 1 gigabyte of data. There was some homegrown Python middle layer that was developed that'll go into a little bit more in some of the issues that have come up in part of this redesign. But we wanted to point out that there was a little bit more, that this middleware layer was trying to do some things outside of the database with the intent of reducing some of the load on the database. And I'll try to explain that more in a little bit. Then probably the biggest thing is that the EAV data model was applied to the one table that was holding all the member information. So, how many folks have heard of this EAV data model before? I think Wikipedia. I don't think I can do much better than explaining it than Wikipedia. So the EAV data model is describing entities. In this specific case, an entity would be a person, an individual, and also be able to help you model attributes of that person. So name, favorite database, favorite soft drink, whatever you can think of, height, weight, whatever it is that you really wanted to keep track of. And the model allowed you to basically track as many things as you wanted, even though the reality is that maybe it's only half a dozen things, a couple dozen things, even a couple hundred. And I thought it was kind of interesting that some other areas, I like to call this an object attribute value model or a vertical database model. So in case you might hear this called by a different name, because it's important to shy away from it. So I like to cover some of the other names. I always think it's kind of fun to look at ER diagram, entity relationship diagrams for database models, because I don't feel like I see them enough. How many folks get to work with ER diagrams? So what this is basically showing is the 3-table model. The tables are the squares and the diamonds up on top. So one table would be the entity, another table would be the attribute, and then the value table in the middle is I'm drawing a blank, a relation table between the other tables. And the circles are describing what the columns are in each table. So for the entity being representing a person, you have some kind of ID for the person, and then things that are really just help you identify the person. So an email address might be a good unique identifier, and then another reference to a customer ID, which will be a key to another table that isn't necessarily part of the 3 tables used for the EAV model. The attribute table on the right side has the columns that are associated with that same customer, the attribute name, such as the first name, last name, favorite database, and the type of value it is. One thing that I think some database folks that might think is kind of awkward is that the type of data it is usually baked into the column, but the way that this is kind of self-describing itself, you have to say what kind of data it is, a string, a number, a date kind of description. For the value table in the middle, where you have a column for basically, you have a column for every data type that it might be, so that you can store the data type properly of whether it's a date, a number, and so on. So this is supposed to be, this is considered a simple data model. So a couple things that were known before getting into this data model was that it was simple. This is considered simple. Even though we're adding 3 tables into the system when there used to be 1, but we just removed 39,000 tables, we can add back 3,000 tables. In the point of view of how many tables are in the system, that's actually a pretty good trade. So one of the things that they wanted to get away from was having to run an alter table statement to add extra attributes. If I want to start tracking a birth date, you have to run an alter table command on the old data model to add a date column. And this is considered a expensive, heavy thing to do because you need to grab a big lock on the table, and while you're updating the table, nothing else can go on the system. And these, if no one was really using the system, it wouldn't be a big deal. But if there's a lot of activity going on, this kind of heavy lock starts, from the user's point of view, will feel like something slow. Things that were taking seconds might take minutes, usually painful from a user's perspective. So this data model allows you to use much lighter weight statements, such as an insert, update, delete, if you want to add a birth date, remove it, add another kind of attribute to keep track of. So these were all positive things that they were looking forward to in implementing this data model. A couple of cons that they realized before using this data model that they felt were things that they could live with. You need to query the data differently. You can't just dump the data out. You need to do some kind of data transformations in order to get that data out in a format that looked like a spreadsheet. I'll show a visual example of that coming up. And this is related to one of the points I showed earlier about having to write that, about adding a Python middleware into the system. And on the previous slide where I was showing all those columns were the data types, one thing that's a little awkward, I think, from a DBA's perspective is having all those extra columns that you are not going to use because you want that strict data type checking. A date goes into whatever column is supposed to hold a date, a number goes into whatever column holds a number. The only alternative to that is to actually have multiple tables instead, but the complexity of joining to the table with the right data type is actually, I think, is actually more complex than having the one table with a whole bunch of columns that you may or may not use. So in the other point I wanted to make about this, knowing what was going in, was that you'll see soon enough that not enough was known before getting into this EAV data model. So this is how the data looks. And on the bottom is what we had before changing the data model. You had 1 row per person, all the attributes, everything that you were tracking on a person in a single line. With the way this EAV data model with its 3 tables, if you're just going to pull the data straight out of it, what you get is a row per attribute. So you get my first name on one line, you get my last name on another line, and everything else just continues to be on one line after that. So I'm kind of curious. People think that looks okay? Doesn't give anyone heartburn or anything like that?
Yeah. But I guess it depends on your use case. If you have a lot of columns that you need to define arbitrarily all the time, it might be the best.
Yeah. Right. Right.
So I just looked it up.
Uh-huh.
This can have up to 1,600 columns on a table, approximately.
Mm-hmm.
So
DDLs all the time.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. That was really the biggest pain point, running the DDLs all the time. If you had that 1,000 columns and you only had to do it once ever, as soon as you start doing changes.
Yeah. Because the question I guess is like, how much do you actually change the amount of accuracy you have? Because even if you have to do like add a table or add a column like once a month or so, like that's probably affordable if it saves you all of your queries being more complex.
Yeah. Yeah.
Another question I had is about like numbers of tables is like, is there a reason not to have a table for attributes whose values are dates and a table for attributes whose values are this type? You have to know when you're making your queries which tables to join. That is complexity. But as a result, you don't have this sort of like union table where you have like a table with a row, a column for every possible conceivable data type. You get like theoretically less columns in your tables, and maybe you can even index them better because you know that like, well, everything in this table is going to have a date, so you can index them as dates. You know, there are trade-offs there.
Yeah.
I guess how big of an issue would it be if you had like a table with 100 columns and almost all of them have nothing in them, like if it's a sparse table? Because like the EIB might make more sense if it's otherwise very sparse.
Yeah. It looks cleaner, more compact for sure. Right. And I don't know how many tables have you guys seen with even 1,000 columns in it? Never? Well, yeah.
So, I have two questions.
Yeah.
I missed the beginning, but is there anything about the write patterns? Because like, how's the data coming in and how's the...
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't think I actually caught everything.
Was there anything about the write patterns? Like, how's the data coming in and how did the schema changes affect that?
Yeah.
Oh, I should have mentioned this earlier. If you could repeat your question.
Oh, okay. So the question was about the write patterns, the data coming in, how often they were changed. That really varied by customer. Some were very active in, I'm trying to think of the right way to put it. I'm trying to think of actually concrete examples because I think I might be able to do that a little bit better. Okay, I'm gonna come up with some that might not, hopefully will make some more sense than not make sense. The most extreme ones would be like if someone was doing a book club 1 month, they want to know what everyone's favorite book was. Next month, now they want to know what everyone's favorite movie was, and if there was something new every month, every week, every 2 weeks, then those were the ones that were the most active in, I need to start tracking this. What their favorite book was. Did they like these other authors? Well, what kind of genres they like. There were probably some that were very stagnant. I think stagnant is probably not really the right word, but they always had a very small set of stuff that never really changed. And so that's kind of how it varied by customer. So the ones that were coming up with new things, what the movie of the week was, the book of the month, and so on, those are the ones that experienced the most pain, because those were the ones that were doing the most table statements. A combination of that and a combination of having large number of members that they were keeping track of, which will, I think, starting to get into here.
Sorry, at any point did you consider a columnar store that paired alongside?
I don't believe so. I personally got involved when this was well in the way, and I think I wouldn't be surprised if it came up, but I don't remember hearing too much discussion about whether a column store was an option that they were getting involved in. All right, any more? Okay. Yeah. So when I started looking at what were, sorry, I'm trying to think of how I was trying to put this. When we're trying to look at what was kind of the important statistic to look at and trying to wrap our heads around why this was behaving so poorly. How do we start looking at this to attack? When we look at our biggest customers, we see that some had, a million people that were tracking, a couple million people, or not quite a million. The number of attributes that they were tracking varied from 50, 100, 120. But what seemed to be the way to rank them when we're thinking about big or small was how many rows each of these actually produced when they were dumping data, how many rows were really coming out of the system. So what we considered large here was whatever combination of members and, well, when you start doing the math for the number of combinations and rows are coming out, we're looking at 120 million rows-ish were very painful. Who would like to make a guess at how long these exports took when they used to take on the order of seconds? Anyone want to shout out a number? 45 minutes. Anyone else?
10 hours.
10 hours. All right. So, this was a huge problem. No one could get their data out after I should say, not no one. All of these customers with a significant number of rows that were suddenly being generated could not get their data out of the system. Anything from the type of knee-jerk reactions that were going on. We were seeing the database was timing out on running the queries to pull the data out. So got rid of the statement timeouts. Then we see the web server, as a web app, we see the web server timing out because now those HTTP requests were taking too long. Even in the data center, these network switches even have timeouts on. I don't know enough about networks to be able to, I think, adequately describe what was timing out in some of these network switches. So you keep knocking out these timeouts and bumping them up, and things were still failing all over the place. So of these biggest customers that we're showing, some of them couldn't just find a way to get their data out. One of them, if we waited about 4 hours, the data finished coming out after about 4 hours for one of them. So when I started getting involved in this as a database person, I was very suspicious about how well that middleware layer was actually performing in all of this. And the way I go about it is kind of a guess and check and trial and error sort of methodology. So when I learned that the middleware layer was pivoting data, then I got extra suspicious. So what if we just had the database pivot the data? Teach the application developers how to use the database to pivot data. Has anyone ever heard of this? Did I get this right? Table func extension in Postgres. So this extension that is packaged with Postgres has this function called crosstab, and this pivots data for you. So I can kind of make the query fit on the screen just to give a rough idea of the extra SQL writing work that you'd have to do. The little SQL in bracket might be your SQL statement that just pull all the data out so that they come out in the one line per row for each attribute, but you shove that in there. But otherwise, what you wrap around it is using that crosstab function to spit the data out the way that you want to see it in the spreadsheet. Are people in the mood for guessing more numbers? How much? No, just want to see it? Yeah, so, all right, got the data back out of the system by just cutting out that whole middleware layer, doing all the stuff outside of the database that the database should be able to do.
So you were exporting the database through a middleware layer, not just like using a dump?
Oh, it was querying the data basically without doing any kind of I'm trying to think of the best way to put it. It wasn't trying to do any transforming of the data in the database. It wasn't really dumping, but it is a fair way to think about it. It's like join all the three tables and just let it spew out all the rows, joining that the entity value attribute table.
So then were you like, the result set that they were getting had like a row for every entity for every attribute, whereas after you just cross-trained, you get a row for just every entity with all the attributes as columns, so that you've already like did that in?
Right, correct.
So you get like significantly fewer rows, and you're not transforming all those rows in memory in Python.
Right. But so it worked, but now we're looking at 22 minutes instead of seconds. That's still kind of a big, but it worked, right? So things were working, but there were still some trade-offs. How many folks use ORMs? One of the things that we learned now is that we couldn't use the ORM. I think SQL Alchemy was being used, and I don't know if this is still true today. To give an idea, when did I do this? It was roughly about 10 years ago. So this experience is roughly 10 years old. Instead of being able to use the nice models and stuff that the ORMs let you be able to use as a developer, now you got to write the raw SQL to do all this work. As a minor inconvenience, some of the customers that only had like hundreds of customers, it took a few seconds longer, but I don't think they noticed. But overall, we could still get, overall it's still slower, but at least it worked. We're looking at minutes now instead of seconds for these customers to get their data out. We did a little more testing just to see how robust, if you will, using the crosstab, using that table func extension was. So kind of making up data, making up some customers. What we found that we knew that this was, again, going to stop working when we got closer to, if we started getting customers closer to 5 million members that they were tracking. The way that the response times curved up was still closer to an exponential curve as opposed to a flat one in how long it took to export data. So we felt we needed to try a little harder to do that. Now, to the question earlier about whether a column store was ever considered, I think the question was asked more broadly. Well, some of the folks were like, "Wow, do we really need to use a database then? Can we just have this data somewhere else?" So I entertained that question a little bit. I was like, well, we can prototype another data model. We'll just prototype in Postgres since we just have the database available. So one of the types of data models that some of the folks in the company were interested in exploring was doing something more like a key value store. When I look up this customer, get his name. What is the name of this person? How it should be that simple. It should be simple enough to use a key value store to do that. So to entertain that question, how many folks have heard of the HStore extension in Postgres? So very, very simple extension to use to get a key value store type of functionality in Postgres. Some of the things about it, though, is that it handles everything in strings, so we will lose some of the strict type checking. If it's a date, you need to do a little bit of extra work if you really wanted to make sure that it's a proper date. Same thing about numbers, in case someone might have entered something that really wasn't a number that should have been, things like that. But we're just kind of prototyping things. We want to see if it's even viable. So before diving into the HStore stuff, we recognized some of that. We recognized we couldn't do any strict integrity constraints. And at that time, I don't know if this is as true today, some of the ORMs might not natively support using something like an HStore, a key value type data type within Postgres. So that just really meant that you have to do more raw SQL instead of being able to use some of the nice Python classes modeling that you'd get. So this is what HStore physically looks like if you were to transform that data to use the HStore extension. You'd have a table. You basically have two columns in this case. Well, I'm kind of oversimplifying a little bit. You'd have your identifier for what the member is. In this case, I'm using the person's email address as their unique identifier. And then this column, call it whatever you want. I just called it HStore to signify that. That's where it's a HStore data type. So in here you'll have first name and the value of that, the key first name, the value of that is well, my first name, last name, vary database, and so on. And this is something that you don't have a strict schema to, so you can think of it as a schemaless free form type of data type. Just to throw this on the screen to give an idea of how much this changes the query. Yeah, it gets a little bit longer. I can shrink the font and kind of get it on there to just give an idea of how much more complex the query is to query this data in a way that it'll spit out one person per row with all their attributes. Similarly, we can use the copy command again to dump all of that out into a nice spreadsheet, CSV formatted spreadsheet. Much simpler. You do have to add a line for each attribute that you want to dump out, but it feels a bit cleaner to me than even the crosstab function once you get past the other data transformation. All right, does anyone feel like guessing anymore? Yeah, so it didn't, for whatever reason, I didn't time it on the other customers, but for the one customer that was generating 700,000 rows, sorry, it's so that funny. For the one customer that had 700,000 members that they were tracking, going, 5 minutes, okay. What jumped up to 4 hours, down to 10 minutes, we're back down to seconds again. I think it still might be a little slower than just dumping the single table out, but now we're in the same ballpark, finally again, as the original data model. So the lessons learned, the additional things that we learned was that please try not to use the EAV data model. No one should have to go through that experience again. It is usable for small amounts of data, but if this kind of scale at having hundreds of thousands of rows is even remotely possible, that's enough that should deter you from trying to use the EAV data model. One of the other things that I didn't get into was there were similar problems with getting data into the data model, not just getting data out of it. If you can, try to have the database do any kind of data manipulation as opposed to doing it external to the database. It really can do things pretty fast. The disk usage is kind of interesting. Using the EAV data model actually increased your data footprint by 50%. 1 terabyte, having 1 terabyte of data originally to a terabyte and a half. I think today, in today's hardware, is not a huge thing. But another thing, if you do know you've had tens of terabytes of data, that scale will certainly influence that. But the other thing that I think should be some relief is that if you do have that EAV data model now, there are ways to work with it or to at least get by with it in hopes that you are trying to find a way to get off it into another data model. And at this time, the JSON data type wasn't quite implemented. And I think there are probably some other niceties that you can have with the JSON data type in Postgres, such as indexing and to some degree, some strict type checking. And my expectation is that if you were to use JSON instead of HStore, I expect the experience to be more or less the same. And that's my story. Thank you for listening. I have a couple minutes for any extra questions if you like. We do have a Postgres table in the expo booth too, in case you want to ask then too. Yes?
I want to apologize in advance because this is shameless self-promotion. I would urge you, if you ever get a chance, to check out Lotus Petal Architecture as a UI which may provide benefits for abstraction of very large data sets. I know we're usually most comfortable just putting a number on data, but depending on the speed of your connection and the bandwidth available, there are times when a terabyte may feel like a gigabyte, and vice versa. I think the only real advantage that a visual 3D model such as this one yields is just letting you have a relative sense of the size of the data. In theory and in actuality, this structure can represent an infinite amount of data. There are no limits. Of course, zooming in and getting to something that's actually applicable and feasible to represent is another matter. Essentially, it has 3 rings, and they're high, middle, and low. So that's enough about that. You can also visit www.lotus.fm to see some real-world implementations and some short videos explaining what this is for. And it is open source.
Cool, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, no more questions. Happy to let you guys go. Thanks.
people, unless they've gotten really impressive, I don't know. You're like, are you real? Where's H290 though? I don't see it. I'm not blind. Oh, okay. That is what you're saying now. Let's see if you can get on screen. Right. And it has a pretty short, like, shotgun kind of range. Right. Mm. And with the screen being so far back forward, I'll probably be up here just so I can see. I like to be looking kind of this way. Probably be this. Let's, okay, yeah. Are we, let's, well, okay, the sizing there looks a little, Wall Street thinking, because that doesn't, yeah, that's sort of, yeah, let me go to displays. Was installing a different OS on this computer right before traveling a bad idea? Yes, but I didn't want to have any more windows and things. Yeah. Okay. Why don't we try mirror? Well, what if we go into the? That's good. What if we come out to the? Okay, because I adjusted all the sizes in the terminal to be bigger ahead of time. So what if we bring those back down? We just want to get a certain minimum dimension to show. Less. Okay, yeah. I'll have to make it even smaller to make it fit. Thought I have a few minutes. Cool. Well, I'll probably spend most of that talking on this stuff. What the heck? What if we do that? Let's split. Ooh. All right. I think we have. Can you see me open the different links? Sure, let's do that.
Test, test. Can everyone hear me well? Thanks. I'm going to try it. What about back here? Is this still fine? Hey everybody, we're gonna get started here in a second. So, my name is Robin, and today I'm gonna be talking to you about Bufunge, this fun little language, and hopefully making what I think is beautiful about it like accessible to you, and showing off tools that I've made that other people can use to like understand and appreciate how Bufunge works and what it is. So the general structure of the talk, we're going to talk about like just address why are we talking about Bufunge very briefly, then just describe what it is and its key concepts, and go through a brief whirlwind tour of its instruction set, and then do some more demos and wrap out about sort of like a forward-looking thing about kind of extending Bufunge in the future and what I think there's the room for that and that exists. So first of all, like, why Bufunge? Why are we talking about Bufunge? None of you are going to leave here today with really Bufunge skills that you'll be able to use to get Bufunge jobs. You know, it's not that kind of talk. We're not going to save free software with Bufunge, unfortunately. That would be fun. There are a few different reasons, you know, really. I think it's beautiful. I think people might enjoy that aha moment when they get Bufunge. I think there's a chance that some of its concepts translate to other things, and so maybe you'll understand those things better. But ultimately, it's fun to put effort into things that you can't always justify. And so in short, I just think it's neat. But what is Bufunge, right? I've said Bufunge maybe 30 times. What is it? Fundamentally, it's an esoteric programming language. It's a very small one. Like the amount of like text that you need to describe what like all of the behavior of Bufunge is quite small. It's not expansive, thousands of instructions and complexity there. But it is, the little bit that there is really weird in a way that makes it hard to compile and often hard to write because it's sort of a confusing structure. And we'll dissect that structure in a little bit. Now, in terms of the history of Bufunge, like the original version of Bufunge was made in 1993, and its name is Bufunge 93. It's a fairly simple structure. And in 96, there was a successor that was made by the original creator that like added some weird things to it that people ended up not seeming to like that much. It's not a very popular version of Bufunge, but it does exist. And then people came together and made Funge 98, where they went and said, let's extend Bufunge, and it's this two-dimensional thing, into one-dimensional and three-dimensional versions, and add a stack of stacks, and like they really blew out the complexity to make this really massive thing. And I thought that kind of like missed out on part of the point of Bufunge. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to provide input to the design of Bufunge 98 because I was busy being born that year. And so the name Bufunge comes from actually just a misspelling of the word before. The creator saw somebody typo that and thought, Bufunge, that's like a weird word, that's fun. Like I want to put that as the name of something. But like retroactively, the name kind of has been assigned this new meaning where we break into this prefix and suffix ba and funge. Ba meaning like by, meaning like two, because it's two-dimensional, and funge meaning like fungible because, as you'll see, we're able to like move things between this grid and this stack in a way that fungibility is this concept that seems applicable. So in terms of key concepts of Bufunge, first of all, most programming languages that you've ever used, conventional programming languages, are line-oriented. Your program is made up of a sequence of lines, maybe statements and expressions, what have you. In Bufunge, however, you have a grid. And every character in your Bufunge program is in its own cell and is its own instruction or can act like data. And so you don't have like lines of tokens, you have grids of cells, right? That's kind of the structure we have. And we're in a line-oriented program, everything is sequential, right? Like lines come after each other. Every token and line has a before-after relationship. In our grid-based paradigm, every cell is above or below, left or right of other cells. It's directional in two dimensions. And so, for example, program execution always starts in the top left, going to the right. And you continue to go in the same direction you're going in until you encounter certain instructions that change the direction of flow. So the ones highlighted green right here are all instructions that change the direction that we're going. And so the implied arrows between them is the actual flow, whereas here we're just looking at like the grid itself. This is the actual flow analysis of how that program will proceed. And then in terms of data, we've just done kind of the program flow and what a grid is here. The data flow is based on a stack. So every one of these gray cells at the bottom is the instruction that we're executing. And the things above it represent the stack at that point in time. So if you execute a 3 instruction, you get a 3 on the stack. That one's nice and simple. And you do an 8, we get an 8 on the stack. And so on and so forth. We can see that executing each of these instructions like often takes operands off of and pushes results onto a stack. That is like the primary mechanism of data flow. And it turns out that you can compute the same thing multiple different ways. Here we've like moved the 7 further back up the ordering. You may notice that this is equivalent to like a postfix notation, or if you've heard of the term like reverse Polish notation, like that is kind of how you're gonna have to write things. So you would say if you want to like add 2 numbers and then multiply another number, it's, you know, AB plus C times, right? Not like A plus B. It's postfix in that way. Yes, those are 2 different things that both compute 75. So now we're gonna get to the first part of the demo. Actually, we're gonna exit this and go and run Stacker, which is just a little example program. And hopefully you all can see this. I know this is kind of small, is hard to resize things so it'll be big enough for both of the demos that we'll have later. But the basic gist here is that this is just a loop. This is, you know, program flow executes to the right, then down, then left, then up, and right, and down. And what this program does very simply is push data onto the stack forever. So like, well, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the stack. And you can see on the right side, the TUI, this terminal user interface for the Befunge debugger, will show you the contents of the stack over time. And so on the left, we see the grid. On the right, we see the stack. And this is just sort of visualizing those 2 concepts that I was just explaining a second ago. Now we're going to do that whirlwind tour of the instruction set that I promised. So first, our kind of first 4 most important instructions are our directional arrows. And these aren't actually like Unicode arrows. It's all ASCII, so it's using the letters that we have. So we have caret and V as our up and down, and less than and greater than as our left and right. We also have 10 instructions that are the decimal literals. They push what they say they are. This does mean that you can't push 70. You would have to push like 2, 5 times, you know, et cetera. Like you'd have to build up to those numbers, which does make it weird to write literals of any like numbers bigger than 9. We have a few conditional flow instructions. So like if you execute an underscore, it'll pop the top value of the stack. And if it's 0, you'll go right. If it's not 0, you'll go left. And we have equivalently the pipe instruction, which does the same vertically up and down. And so the lines sort of represent the direction of travel that you might go. Finally, in terms of our like main control flow direction instructions, the question mark just sends you somewhere. This combined with the decimal literals is how you make random numbers. You make question marks that send you in random directions, and you encounter an instruction that pushes a random number, and you do that some amount of times, and you get numbers of the variety that you want. That's how you make random numbers. We'll see that in the less more example here in a second. So let's do that. Let's do less more, which is, so this is a guessing game program. There are 2 major structures going on here. There's like a few structures, but on the top left, we see these 2 spiral shapes that you might notice. And if you can see, I don't know if you can, but like there's a question mark in the middle and like 3 question marks around them. And so what's happening is we're going to branch in one of 3 random directions, and then we're going to branch in one of 3 random directions, and we'll pick up a 1 through 9. So if we just step some number of times, like here we've made the first decision, we've decided to go right, and then we've also decided to go right again, just by coincidence, and we've picked up a 5. And on the right side of the stack view, we can see that there is a 5. And if we go around again, we go through the second spiral, and you saw that it actually went backwards that time. It had to like re-enter the randomness. That's how we keep ourselves from backtracking. It's just another right arrow in front of it. So if you go left, it'll send you back in. Whoops. And then we picked up a 9 this time. Yeah, and I think then we go back. And you're right, so let's talk a little bit about arithmetic instructions. We have all the basic ones that you might expect for integers. They all pop 2 values and push 1 value, fairly straightforward. The only ones that are finicky is divide and subtract. Bit of trivia, like one of the original specifications of Befunge said that if you divide by 0, you should prompt the user for what they want the answer to be, because it could be anything. I don't implement that, but that is the joke answer of the spec. We also have this thing called quote mode, which, so if we encounter a quote, we enter quote mode, and instead of executing instructions while we're in quote mode, we just push their values. So instead of like trying to execute an A, which isn't an instruction at all, we just push the value 97 and then 98 and 99, and we enter the other quote, and we leave quote mode, and we would continue to execute instructions normally at that point. Last, in this, or we've got 2 more slides before then we go back to the demo. This one's logical comparison. We have a greater than. We obviously can't use the greater than symbol because that means go right. So instead it has backtick. That's just what we've got to work with. And then the logical not, it just says, you know, if we have a non-zero value, make 0 be what we put on the stack. If we have a 0 value, make 1. And so it just lets you invert logical things. Lastly, for this section, we have 4 instructions for reading and writing letters or numbers. And so if you execute the ampersand, then it'll actually prompt the user to type a number. It can actually be multiple digits. It's actually not just like prompt for digit, it's prompt for number. which is interesting. And period prints a number. You know, you can also take in just a character. You can also just write a character. And so these are kind of our 4 I/O instructions for interacting with standard input and standard output. So the next thing that we'll do, we have 9 and 5 on the stack. So after we execute this asterisk right there, we'll have 45. And this is the random number that the less more game has chosen. This is what we'll be needing to guess. And then it's pushing this string onto the stack in quote mode. And then there is a little loop here that's, oops. And we'll just run this for a bit. And this loop is going through, oh, let's go to the other tab, and is printing out input number. And now we've just encountered our ampersand. It's going to prompt us for a number. Would anybody like to guess a number that's not going to be the answer? 4. Or 15, was it somewhere? Or yeah, let's do that. So we guessed that number, and it said the number that we want is greater than that. Would anybody like to guess the actual answer? So on our stack view, we see that the answer is 45, of course. So we can go here, and if we do that, we'll see that we win. Huh? Oh, no. Yeah, it's a little shaker. So that right there that we're seeing. Oh, I'm realizing there's actually an instruction that we won't get to, but anyway, we'll finish the ones that we do have. So there's the stack manipulation ones, you know, in order to just help you do some operations, like for example, because direction changing, the underscore and the pipe take a value off the stack. If you need to like use that value again later, you might duplicate it first. You might swap values if you want to access 2 values on top of the stack at this kind of like alternatingly. And you might delete a value if you've duplicated something and then in one branch you don't need it. So we have those. And finally, the thing that gets us to kind of the full concept of Bufunge is that we have the ability actually to modify the program grid itself. And that is what the P command does. And this is actually why Bufunge is so difficult to compile, because during the execution of the program, it can change itself in ways that like change the entire flow of the program. Like you can put a direction changing character in the middle of a line of a path of execution, and now the entire analysis of the program has changed. And this is what makes it so resistant to compilation. Yeah. And at this point, I was going to go back and finish the demo, but we kind of got ahead of ourselves a little bit, or rather I did. Yeah, we'll continue on. I've also made another little toy. So the first thing, right, is this debugger. It has some features that I'd still like to get to at some point, including I've laid the groundwork for a time travel debugger. We have essentially a code that logs all of the events that happen while executing with enough information in order to invert them. And so it should be possible to set a breakpoint somewhere, run to it, and then back off of it and figure out how you got there, which is quite fun and not a thing you can do in most debuggers. Yeah, but let's start with the web demo. So, you know, the web the TUI is great for a lot of people here. Like, I'm going to make it installable on all the normal package managers. You want to play with Bufunge, you'll open it in your terminal. That'll be great. But for a lot of just random people, if we want to just like share Bufunge as this weird, cool thing that exists, that's not actually the most accessible for like a random person, especially if we're doing this, like offering this to people who are like early in their computer science journey or programming journey. And so the thought was like, oh, well, what if, you know, this grid, it sort of resembles tiles. Oh no, everything is so big. Yeah, let's try that. Okay. Oh yeah, that works well enough. So I made this just in bare JavaScript and CSS and HTML. We have this drag and drop environment that is not yet complete, but where people will be able to you'll be able to embed this potentially in your site, or alternatively, I'm going to zoom out again. You could make your own sort of puzzle game using the same library and code. And so I think there's an opportunity there to like write blog posts explaining Bufunge that include like, and to show that like, as you're exploring it, like go plug in some pieces. So, you know, the goal here is to compute the number 77. Do you think we've got this as a group? We want 3 first? What next? Right, yep, ta-da. Not exactly the hardest one, but just a little example of what it is that can do. How am I on time? Wonderful. Yeah, so there's this interactive environment. There's a TUI. There is this sort of browser-based environment. We'll go back and play with a little bit of those. I'm going to have, I think, some extra time at the end for Q&A and if people want me to try things in the UI to see them. But first, let's wrap up sort of the main points. So Bufunge, like we have a version of Bufunge right now. There have been various variants of Bufunge. There are like, you know, Bufunge 98 and things. I think there's room. when you're making variations of Bufunge, I think there are like 5 core things that make up the identity of Bufunge, like like what is fungy about it, like what makes it what it is. And I think these are useful when thinking about like adding new things to the language. Like, do they fit in this framework? And so the kind of 5 themes that I've identified at least are that like the program is this 2D toroidal space where I didn't really get to that earlier, but if you fall off the edge on one side, you'll come back around the left side. It doesn't go off into the void in that direction. The program counter is 2D, and we're only moving relatively. You saw the cursor moves linearly. We don't jump to random points. That's kind of the way of Bufunge. And every cell in the grid is an instruction, and instructions take operands off of the stack and also put their results on the stack. And programs can modify themselves as a grid. So these are like kind of the 5 major themes of Bufunge, as I sort of like to think of it. And when you're like thinking about what you want to add to Bufunge, like, and I encourage everybody actually to go extend Bufunge. So like, and if I were doing that, where I would go and where I think I'd like to experiment is to start with Bufunge 93. Like Bufunge 98 is massively complex. It's like a really involved starting point, I think, and there's rooms to like make other design decisions that I would encourage people to explore. Bufunge 93 does have the downside that it is ASCII oriented and that it has this inconsistency where its stack is 32 bits, but the program cell space is only 8-bit. So just make it 32 bits everywhere and do Unicode, in my opinion. I think that's just a better way to go. And then like with those themes that I was talking about earlier, like there's no reason that you have to stick to them, but that's sort of a guide for whether or not you're making something that is like another Bufunge, like a Bufunge dialect, or you're making something that is just derivative of Bufunge, a Bufunge inspired thing. And like, I think we have the freedom to do both, and like I think there's an argument for like maybe we should have a Bufunge 25. Like, but let's imagine more things. It's been 30 years since there's really been much Bufunge going on, but you know, Bufunge revival in 2025. Why not? Yeah. Oh yeah. And whatever you do, please write a spec. The sort of the inherited legacy of Bufunge is often like little silly things that didn't document themselves very well. And I think if we're gonna revive Bufunge, we should try to aim to do better, just on the same front of accessibility that we've been talking about this whole time, of saying like, let's make it easy to write consistent implementations and to make toys and tools with it. Like, let's document what we do. Yeah, and so that's the main thrust of the talk. Thanks everybody. Here's like where you can find me, and also all of my talk info is available on my website, esoterra.dev. And there is a specific page for this talk that also has a link to its PDF and everything. Yeah. So, does anybody have any questions? Yeah, shoot, go for it.
I've been pretty inspired by the Ken Iverson famous talk, notation, tool of thought, and I know APL has explored with
right.
many things. And some of these things are in other languages, like self-modifying code and similar. And I'm just thinking about this because this makes certain things possible through its like kind of interesting 2-dimensional notation system. I'm just thinking, are there any parts of Bufunge that you wish were maybe experimented with or tried out in not necessarily mainstream but non-ESO-ing languages?
Oh, like yeah. And to summarize the question a little bit, there's a comment on how like APL has some features that maybe feel similar, and that there are ideas explored in Bufunge that may be interesting. And the question at the end of that was asking whether or not I think there are things that languages should take from Bufunge, I believe. And like, is that so? Not really. If we're going to be entirely honest, Bufunge is a fun experiment. Bufunge is a conceptual way to approach like 2-dimensional languages. There are some parts of it that I think are interesting. So if you're going to pick something to use, then like a thing that is in use but in other places, and I kind of referenced this briefly in the beginning, like stack orientation as a way to make an instruction set is a thing that's been explored a lot. It's a thing that exists in WebAssembly. It's a thing that exists in Java bytecode. That's like a conceptually fairly interesting pattern. I think it's not something that developers really want to think about in terms of like the way that they write their code. Like writing in reverse Polish notation isn't particularly like pleasant. I mean, like we do the reverse, like prefix with like Lisps and things, do like a prefix notation. But yeah, I mean, like the concept of moving operands off of and onto a stack, I think, is a fun concept for certain languages and like internal representations of a code, or intermediate representations, but probably not something that like end users really want to think about for the most part. I don't know. If we're gonna be abstract, maybe just more whimsy. You know, we could maybe do. You know, there are some fun aspects of this that I don't know that you can translate them directly, but maybe people. I don't know, I guess there's a broader point here that I think it's it can be fun to pay attention to things that aren't really worth it. Like I said earlier in the talk, there's really no financial justification, no like direct way that any of us are going to be able to operationalize this. And that I sort of acknowledging that there's not really a thing that you're going to be able to take this into your, like the libraries you write and the code that you're doing for work or for fun or maybe for fun, but not for like good or work. But like not everything has to be, right? So like this idea that we can choose to zoom in on and care about things that don't matter anyway, and make weird little projects. Like, just want to encourage people to explore that. Yes?
I have one plug and one question. One is, there's a really cool video game based off of Funge called Space Chem, if you've ever played it. It's like space chemistry. It's very cool. You pick up atoms and you make molecules, and they're also on the grid. It's very cool. The
Yeah.
question I had.
Okay.
Oh, good.
Well, I'll re-say the shout out. So the shout out was for a game called Space Chem, chem as in chemistry, where you like combine chemicals together in some way, like using a grid, and where the chemicals are placed on a grid. And so it is Befunge-like and presumably Befunge inspired. And then the question.
And then the question was, I see you have the random number generator generates 1 through 9. That looks fairly straightforward because it's just 3 branches and then branch 3 more times. How do you get 0 into that mix?
There are a lot of things in Befunge that aren't convenient, and if you wanted to do that, like actually writing a good uniform sampling random number generator, I think you'd probably end up just sampling like 0 and 1 and shifting it a bunch of times. I don't think you would go with this like 3 branch factor squared thing. Like I would probably just have 2 options and redirect back towards the middle and do that enough times that I can make arbitrary binary numbers.
So you like generate them in a different base number system and then convert them?
Yeah, because ultimately, like at each stage when we're selecting a random path, we are selecting a single value. And so the number of select, like, is the ternary option that we have now better than, like, I would probably be easier to think about in binary, I think. Yes?
Thinking about like modifications or extensions to Funge, the first thing that came to mind for me is parallelism or concurrency. Do you know of anyone who's exploring that already?
So there is a variant of Befunge, I forget what it's called, where they add a fork instruction where execution splits into 2 and the question was, like, are there explorations of like parallel programming or maybe like threading or forking in Befunge? And there is one, I don't remember what it's called, but it is out there. And there are lots of opportunities to do things like that, like to fork or to do non-determinism. That was a thing that was being discussed some at this conference. I think my favorite Befunge extension, if I was going to like pick one, is the idea of combining the hash command, which we didn't actually go over, I realized, which actually jumps over the next instruction. So you kind of hop over it like a trampoline, with the idea of the P and G commands, so that like you hop over, you make a command F for Funge, we liked, where you hop over the next cell that you were going to visit if it didn't do this, and you drop the top value of your stack there and write it to that cell, and whatever was there you put on your stack. And so Funge in the sense of like fungibility, in the sense of exchanging between stack and grid, but in a very local way. So instead of needing to, like, I don't know if people noticed this in the code here, but the way that it actually is able to do the like less than and then the less than equal is that it actually stores the value that you guessed in a place in the grid in a way that we don't visualize. And then it gets it again. But it just chooses arbitrarily the location 99 because that's the easiest thing to write in Befunge. You just do 99p, you know. But I think it'd be fun if you could use F and just drop it on the ground in front of you. And I think there's something cute about that, the intuition of being like dropping something down and hopping over it. It's like as a spatial metaphor. And so I think out of Befunge extensions, this is currently my favorite instruction choices is the Funge instruction. Yes?
One idea that might be crazy to do is add an instruction to change the topology of the space.
Yeah, so somebody commented that one thing you could do is add an instruction that changes the topology. I would say that you definitely could do that, and that would be crazy. Do you have topologies in mind that you think it would change between?
Well, so you have like the 2D shape here. You could do the I 0, 1 squared topology, where it basically is like a bunch of unit intervals stacked like this. So it basically start going down and then wrapping back up like vertically.
Oh, where like it shifts over as it goes down, like when it loops over. Yeah, you could do things like that. You could also make it so it's like a Mobius strip. So if you arrive, you'll arrive flipped. There's like different topologies that you could choose to do. How are we on time?
3 minutes over.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Well, thanks everybody.
right, that was our quick change. This was a lightning talk originally, which has been slightly expanded. So the good news is we're a little bit closer to lunch, or to break. So we'll enjoy that. And I'm just gonna start timer here. All right, everyone grab a seat. So I am here today to talk to you about the Blue Hats. And the Blue Hats is a new movement to this part of the planet. It is not new, but you'll hear more about that. But essentially, this is something we want everyone to become aware of, to tell your friends and neighbors and your colleagues about, that the public sector is maybe late to the free software party, but we're here. We are now finally getting mass awareness of free and open source software out into the world. So essentially, here's the TLDR of what we're going to talk about here over the next few minutes. We have a manifesto for our group. This has been translated from French, so pardon our translations, but it's really simple. We all believe in the three essential concepts here, and I imagine many of you will probably agree with us. A, that governments should actively contribute to free software to be good citizens. Two, digitization of public services should prioritize free software over the proprietary alternatives that are out there. And three, civil servants should be able to use free software on their own accord in their day-to-day work and promote it amongst their colleagues. So very simple idea. It's a very grassroots style initiative that we're going to talk about. For those of you I don't know, my name is Michael Downey. I work for a very large intergovernmental organization. You may have a clue in the photograph on the side. I'm here today in my personal and individual capacity and as one of these many Blue Hats advocates that are out there. But I have experience both in the government, public sector, and nonprofits, and the private sector, corporate IT, going back a long time. I've been involved with many different open source projects and leadership over the years. GNOME, F-Droid, ones you've probably heard about, things in the health sector. You can get me on Signal or on the Fediverse at the information there. But before we get too far, I mentioned this idea of public and civil servants, and not everyone has a clear grasp on this when we talk about it initially, but it's very wide. We open the doors wide here and we say any type of government employee. This could be someone who delivers the letters to your house, someone who helps you, answers questions about your taxes, you name it. Anyone who is getting their paychecks from public money. This could be public school teachers in primary schools, secondary schools, universities. Researchers could work in universities. They could work in research labs. Basically, anyone who is on the public paycheck. And you see there's one of our many group gatherings. That one was in France several years ago. So it's very much a wide, inclusive type of organization that we've built. So taking a step back, I know a few of you were able to join us recently at my day job in New York City, where we gathered about 1,000 people together to talk about how free software can serve the public interest in many different ways, both in civil society and the public sector and governments, and even in the private sector. We don't leave them out either. But there are several things converging right now that are good to know just for the back of your mind and as you talk about software freedom. One, shouldn't surprise most of you, particularly in government, there's increasing pressure in many countries for more and more cost efficiency, doing more with less. And in the rich countries, it's about certain pressures on budgets. In poorer countries, it's about the fact that they're getting less foreign aid. They're getting fewer resources to do things. So both of those are coming in as pressure. There's increasing pressure both from the bottom up and from the outside in for what's been called usually digital sovereignty, for governments to take control of their own autonomy over their technical resources that they implement, not only in the public sector, but throughout the country. They don't want to be tied to foreign countries, to vendors from outside. They'd rather be able to do everything there locally to mitigate a lot of the risks that they see or perceive. There's increasing awareness, of technical staff, the people who are in roles that you or I might take on working in government, of the value of free software and the benefits of using it, and both from the efficiency standpoint, but the innovation standpoint, the ability to do things faster. And then finally, there's increasing political pressure from the top down and from outside forces, culminating late last year And the United Nations General Assembly passed something called the Global Digital Compact in 2024. And this was essentially the act of all the countries, all the UN member states, which is almost all the countries in the world, getting together to agree on many things of the role of tech in the modern economy and the modern world. But one of the key things in this Global Digital Compact listed very clearly is that governments should leverage open source software to achieve their goals that they have agreed on to advance their economies and their societies. So that's really great news for us if they do it right. And you know, the challenge that I think a lot of people are concerned about, if we're bringing more people to the free software community into the tent here, we don't want to create an amplification of the free rider effect. We don't want to create, you know, more and more stress on maintainers as a result of this. So there are a lot of us who are working very hard to try to ensure that this transition happens responsibly and thoughtfully, and that when governments do come to advocate for and implement free software in their institutions, that they do that in a way that builds up long-term sustainability goals for the projects and for their own investments. So this means co-investing in the software that they're deploying. This means being a truly productive community member in whatever form that makes sense. And I just wanted to give a shout out here to the Free Software Foundation in Europe, who have had a campaign for many years. Some of you have probably heard about it. It's this public money, public code. If you feel strongly about this, they have some really great resources that you can use to talk to people about and advocate for free software wherever tax money is going, or even in you know, nonprofits and charities, where the money from the general public is going. The results of that, when it's tech work, ought to be released under free software licenses. So this is not new. I mentioned some things about France, and so we're in a transition mode right now of rolling out a worldwide rollout from France to the rest of the world now. So we've been doing things collectively as this initiative for several years. Over on the left, I know that's kind of small detail here, but we've had hackathons and workshops going back. I think this one was in 2018. So lots of groups happened in the French government, several hundred people involved in all areas of government. There have been talks at various events throughout Europe over the last few years. There are newsletters that go out. In fact, there was one that just went out yesterday. If you go to the website at the bottom of the screen there. Down here in the center, this was something that happened, it was the end of last year, I believe, or sometime last year. The Forgo project, I don't know if anybody's heard of that. It's a distributed Forge, basically something like GitLab, but that's more distributed like the Fediverse. So they had some people contributing to Forgo. So there are a lot of activities that are happening, again, mostly in France now, and we have a small but growing contingent in the US and the rest of Europe, into the Americas and beyond, even into Africa now. So lots of ways to get involved. If you think that this is something interesting or you want to pass along, you may want to take a snapshot of this or add it to your bookmarks or just add it to your memory banks. Bluehats.world, everything is listed here from the website anyway. But we've got a shared calendar of events that are relevant to people who are working in the public service in some way. We've got a fairly new matrix room, a Mastodon account, a newsletter that's going out. This is our second edition of the new worldwide newsletter that we put out a few days ago. And we're on IRC as well, so you can find people just about anywhere now. And I wanted to take a moment, and you'll see I crossed out the Blue Hats because this is not Blue Hats, but this is something that's also quite related and I think quite interesting if you're interested in this topic, and that is that officially, what governments are doing with free software is also quite promising. There's a new movement that's growing very rapidly about rolling out open source program offices as a concept, adapting what's been done in the private sector, what's been done in academia to a growing extent, into the public sector as well. And so many of us who are involved with the Blue Hats, primarily launched by my colleague Bastien Guéry, who is the head of the OSPO for the French government. We've also created this thing called the Public Sector OSPO Network, and this is a way for people who are running these offices or these teams, or sometimes groups of one in some countries or some governments, but a way for them to connect to each other and share information about their counterparts and become aware of who else is doing similar work that they can build a community upon. We created something called an OSPO meta YAML file that people can put in their repos. So we've got a structure here that we're going to start refining over time to capture all the relevant details about the country countries and the governments who are involved here, and then will be surfaced on that website. So we've got a few submissions already. I think we're up to about 10 or 15 so far, and we're actively, trying to solicit more and get a more comprehensive list. And we've just set up a forum as well for this group. So the TLDR, in addition to that manifesto, is that lots of things are happening in governments, in the public sector world with free software. If you consider yourself a public servant of some way, if you work or get money from the government in some way, please feel free to join our little unofficial group. If you know someone who is, feel free to tell them about this and let them know. Spread the word. We're a small group when it comes to the whole global scheme of things, but we find power in networking with each other. And again, something I think everybody can get behind, right? Government should contribute to free software. Public services, when they're digitized, should promote and prioritize free software. And then we as civil servants, we should be able to use free software in our daily work. On our personal laptops here, I'm running Debian, and really just be free to use the software that empowers them to do what they would like to do. So wrap up, if you're a public service, please join us. We have some stickers and pins in the very back row. Please grab one. Grab one for your friends or your colleagues if you think someone might be interested. Get a blue hat. It can be any blue hat. We don't discriminate with hat styles. It doesn't have to be a fedora. I have a few different blue hats depending on the occasion. And then if you're, whichever group you're in, just tell everyone else about both the blue hats and spread the word that, your friends in government are here, and they're here to be good free software citizens, right? I think most of the people that we talk to fundamentally understand the value of investing time and energy and hopefully some money into these relationships and building it for the long term. Everybody understands the challenges, and they understand, surprisingly, and it resonates much more than just the traditional open source definition talk. But when we talk about the 4 freedoms, and we talk about what free software offers them to build up their communities with the latest technology to help their neighbors, to help their communities to work with others in their part of the world, across the world, that's very compelling to them. And they really see a vision for how this can help them achieve their goals. And so it's a great time to be at this nexus between public service and free software. So help us spread the word about the blue hats. And I've got a few minutes before the break. If anyone has any questions about either the blue hats or anything happening in this space, happy to attempt an answer. Yes, in the back. Yeah. It did not. It was somewhat of an arbitrary choice by our colleagues in France. They wanted something, obviously Red Hat was taken. And I'm not sure about how Fedora feels about this. We haven't formally asked them for permission here. But nevertheless, yeah, this was something that started as kind of like an in joke and just kind of stuck around. Yeah.
Do you have a sense of how the blue hat movement is going in the U.S., across both the state and federal governments, given all the changes that are happening?
Yeah, well, it's a challenging time in the U.S. As an international civil servant, I don't take a public opinion on any specific country's political situations. But we can look at the numbers, and we've seen a lot of people who are working in or around free software for the U.S. government are no longer working for the U.S. government right now. So it's a challenging time right there. We do have, both in the Blue Hats and in the FLOSS PSO network site, the one solid U.S. government OSPO, which is in the Center for Medicaid Services, is listed there, and our colleague Remy de Cosmaker, who some of you probably know from Fedora and other places, leads that group and is quite an active participant. What we're really excited about as the word spreads are these kind of lone people who are out there diligently advocating for free software in their daily work. We often call them OSPOs of one. Right, and we're trying to reach them, and we're trying to slowly spread the word through events like this and getting the word out. Again, so they don't feel like they have to go it alone, to share resources with each other, to share events, to share opportunities with them. So yeah, the road ahead is long, but if we look, and you can feel free to search for Blue Hats France, and you're going to see several different events that they've done very regularly over time. So if we can match what our colleagues in France have done in other countries, it's going to be really exciting. Any other questions? Yeah, on the very back. There's nothing official joining the Blue Hats with the FSFE and the Public Money, Public Code initiative. They kind of stand alone, but they're very well coordinated in terms of philosophy and mission. And I know for a fact that people who are in the Blue Hats are often sharing that information with their colleagues in other places within government. The FSFE has put out a lot of good resources and kind of white papers and a little bit of research that can be used to help advocate for free software in different parts of the world. So nothing official in terms of partnerships yet. I think this is still something that's alive and well within the FSFE, although they have a lot going on, especially nowadays with all of the law and policy that's happening. But it's still very much on their mind, and it's very much a valuable resource that we want to keep promoting and keep visibility on. I think there was one in front, yeah.
So, are there any avenues that you can quickly identify, of course, that concerned citizens or, like from any standpoint, like people who are not currently employees of the government can do to help increase awareness of the like freedom
Yeah, I think the question around what everyday people can do at a small scale to help advocate for free software in government. One of the neglected areas that personally I'd like to see more involvement in is at city level governments, particularly in countries like the U.S. where the cities are very strong. They are usually people who are out there advocating for this are open. Sometimes they're under open data. There's someone here who actually expected to see here, but someone here in the city of Portland who works on open data and open source as their full-time job. But these are the people who you can try to search out and see if you have someone in your community already like that, and see if there are events or things that you can either bring to their attention, because often these are like single people, right? And there's only so much they can keep track of. And I've always known these folks to be very receptive to input, to feedback. And then, it's kind of a trite, but writing your local representative, even at the city level, telling them that, hey, I know we just spent this much money on software, or I read in the news, right? And were you aware that there are ways to lower those costs overall, and to build something that we have more autonomy over and more flexibility over, and you can kind of advertise for that. The FSFE under the Public Money, Public Code site also has some good resources for that type of individual level advocacy that you can check out. Yeah. In the front.
From an application standpoint, or where to put a bunch of resources, get movement in kind of libraries. I'm wondering, is that like a focus?
Yes and no. It's a focus. The more mature a government is, and the more mature they have maybe this OSPO organization set up, then they have the staff and the resources and the time to more accurately map out the entire dependency stack of what they're using and what they need to be supporting. I think the challenge is going to be it's going to take a while to get down that road. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Public libraries. Yes, sorry. Okay, yes. Yes and yes. Yeah, and so public libraries, again, kind of at the local level here, are very often advocates for open access, and they understand these concepts quite deeply, and often are spending a lot of their budgets on software contracts. Most public libraries, my understanding personally, maybe I'm wrong, have like community boards you can try to run for, and you actually help to advocate for specific policies and move things forward with specific ideas. I am a huge library fan. We have a wonderful one down the street here from us here in Portland. But yeah, it's absolutely a great way to, again, start small, but something that really affects people in a meaningful way, because libraries, from what I'm reading anyway, are only going to be continued to be strapped for cash and resources. So whatever we can do to deploy more resources for people in our local neighborhoods, the better. And what we often tell people in workshops with government colleagues is that most of the people who are everyday government employees didn't get into this for big power or big paychecks. They got into it because they wanted to help people in their local communities in some way. And whatever level of government they are, if we can convince them of the values of free software being the technology of our time, the tools of our time to apply to the problems of our time. If we have a clear path forward and we have a way for them to do more with the fewer resources that they have, they start getting really excited, and they are hungry for more resources and more ideas. And so folks there at your local library are going to be just as hungry for those ideas, typically. Whether or not those get implemented, obviously it's an uphill battle. But if we can, if we can sneak our way into some of the governance of those groups, like the local libraries, like our city council, et cetera. I know of one person here at this event who was quite determined to run for the Portland City Council and advocate for free software as their platform. It didn't happen this next time or this last time, but maybe the next election. Yeah, in the back.
Sometimes just showing up to a meeting can make a big difference. In this very room, some years ago, I was seeing a presentation from our local bus transportation meetup. I think it was bicycling infrastructure, blah, 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 I don't remember. But I asked if they were contributing their map data to other cities who were trying to do the same thing with the street maps, and it turns out that our TriMet bus system had a small proprietary and expensive mapping service that they were stuck with. But as soon as they were done with that, they took that suggestion that came out of that room, and it's now all OpenStreetMap. So don't be able to find your local bus here. You have to spell a word.
Yeah, absolutely. Portland has done a great job at this. And like the case is with many cities, often open data is a backdoor into free software conversations, because it's that same ethos of being able to more quickly and be more agile with services that they can deploy. And so, yeah, I think people are starting to get the idea that innovation in the public sector, the key to doing that is embracing free software, embracing open data, embracing the commons collectively, and resources like OpenStreetMap and these other invaluable resources that are already out there. I think we got maybe one time for one more question before the break. In the very back. You're good. Go ahead.
Do you have any particular suggestions or strategies to break down barriers of why they might want to continue using proprietary contracts? Because a lot of arguments I've heard for when I've advocated for not necessarily public sector, but for within my previous organizations is that the free software stuff, that's just copy software. It's not good quality. Or if I pay for this money, then I get technical support and dedicated support. How do we break down those barriers for people that try to rationalize why paying so much money for these things
Right.
Is good for them in their minds?
So challenges in public sector and governments adopting free software over proprietary alternatives. The tide is changing, and it's changing rapidly. Less in the U.S. Compared to the rest of the world, from what I've seen. But I can tell you that I talk with a lot of countries, and there's not one who isn't extremely eager to get off their cloud-based proprietary stacks that they're using in their own government institutions, as long as they can find a viable alternative. And to the point that you raised, they can find a reasonable way to provide support. And so there are multiple ways to do that. We try to identify ways to provide that support and implementation service through local or regional providers, again, to reinforce that idea of digital sovereignty that's so high on people's radar right now. And another way, especially for poorer countries, for the global majority countries out there, we see free software as a way to develop local tech ecosystems and economic opportunities over the long run, right? Maybe not overnight, but we have plans in place, and there are programs that are just getting started to help develop those partnerships between governments and universities for training and education, and the private sector and the civil society groups to help reinvent the economies, particularly in poorer countries, that they can start a software tech ecosystem and do some economic development as part of this digital transformation that they're undergoing. So they realize that that's not really possible with proprietary software, because They've been burned in many cases, through these contracts, through these vendors who are always overseas and very difficult to deal with. So people are very hungry for this, and they just need a clear path forward, and they need a path that looks reliable and trustworthy. Right? What they don't want, because usually these people are, report up through politicians, right? They don't want a failure. They don't want to have, to take the risk here and point to something that was a complete flop. So we have to make sure that we do this thoughtfully and we have all of the pieces in place. But in the free and open source software world, we kind of know how to do that, right? We've built these tech economies up around free software. We have even large corporations, have figured out how to use free software to collaborate with their competitors, right? The Amazons and the Googles and the Microsofts have figured out how they can collaborate collectively despite the competitive stance with each other. So there's a lot of opportunity there that we just now need to translate a lot of these ideas from the private sector or academia in some cases into the public sector. And so that's where we're at. People are really hungry for it, and it's going to be an exciting few years. It's going to be a struggle for a few years with the budget crises so many are facing, but we think that's going to be all the more important reason for free software to have a strong voice in the years ahead. So thanks, everyone. We're over time for our break, so scurry out, get your caffeine before the next session starts. Thank you. Feel free to grab a blue hat, pen, or badge at the back.
Lord, they even said hit the button. Now I'm live. Hold on. I didn't know Postgres could do that. He's like, I'm out of here. Like, dude can't even do the button. He's like, I'm gone. Done. I don't blame you. Honestly, like, I'm thinking about walking out myself. Like, I didn't know Postgres could do that. There's going to be code. You can sit in another room, apparently. The weird trick is if you want to take notes, you only have to write down the one thing where the logo pops up. And let's get on to the first thing. Now, most of you probably know what PG stat statements is. Everybody has heard of this, I hope. The reason I still mention this, so PG stat statements, I think, is available on like every cloud database provider, service thing, packager, whatever. But the thing that's like kind of wild about PG stat statements, everybody thinks that they know it. What most people don't seem to understand is you actually have to run the create extension command to get it in your database, right? So even if you're a database provider, and I've known a few that like offer this as an extension available, but they don't run the command for you. So if you think you're collecting this data and you've never run this in your database, you have to actually run the create extension command. So the first thing to know, hey, I didn't know Postgres could do that. I didn't know you could have these modules and not have them installed. It's totally true, you can. So even if you know about this, again, just remember that you have to actually run it. If you've never heard of PG stat statements, it does stuff. See, some of you now realize, damn, I should have sat closer because he's going to like put some really small font on there. You don't actually need to know all this stuff. So this is just like, here's all the columns, right, of data that are available. And this is in PG 17. So actually this slide would have changed because there is a bunch more information there than used to be. Like every year, I think we add a few more just to make this slide harder to read. So that's great. I'll give you probably a more useful example. So here's like if I took a row and I said, here's some actual data that's in there. So like a user ID is like who's the user that ran the query. Database ID, right, what database is it in. Postgres internally tracks queries. It gives them like a query ID. How many times was it called, right? So the query here is select all from actor where first name equals $1, but what it actually means is it's actually parameterized the query. So if somebody's asking, you know, first name equals Joe or whatever. And so Postgres parameterizes this within PG stat statements, and then a bunch of different like execution time and stuff like that that's on there, right? And how many rows you got back and that kind of stuff. So there's all this kind of useful information you can get. It can be overwhelming if you want to like point out to people that they should have sat closer because there's going to be code and they might be not able to read your slides. The main point of this slide is actually not that there's a bunch of information that can be overwhelming. It's just to say that it collects all this data in what is basically like a normal table. It's technically a view, but basically like a normal table that you could query with SQL and do all the fun stuff that SQL can do, right? So you can do aggregates and sums and analytics and all that kind of stuff. I would also mention there's a lot of tools that actually believe that you're gonna have this in your database. So if you use a service like PG Analyze, it expects to be able to get data from this table. So you may wanna have it for that reason. But it's nice to have it if you want to be able to do any kind of analysis on the queries you're running and the execution time. So I usually try to mention this out of the gate. Again, mostly because it doesn't come pre-installed. It's just like automatically available in most cases. So I like to make sure people are aware of that. So that was weird trick number one. How's everybody feeling? Like we were all comfortable with PG stat statements? All right, that's good. Let's see if we could throw people off with transactional DDL. How many people have used transactional DDL? Yeah, a few of you. I figure must have. So what is transactional DDL? Well, if we all remember the basic concept of transactions, databases really like them, or at least the relational ones do. Can't speak for those other guys, but so transaction is this idea, right? We're going to run a begin, and then we like type in our SQL. If it's all good, or I guess in this case, if it's all horrible, because I did a rollback, if it's all horrible, I can always roll it back and undo whatever SQL I've done, right? So that's the basic idea of a transaction. Postgres takes that one step further. What it actually allows you to do is things like this, where you can actually start a transaction and do like a drop table, and the table goes away, and then if you roll that transaction back, the table magically comes back. If you were to do this in other databases, I can't guarantee how it would work, but I would guess you probably will be sad. The typical way that I think most databases handle this, like I think SQLite does it the way Postgres does it, or it tries. There are other databases that may be really expensive that like if you type begin and then drop table, it will like issue an implicit commit with your DDL. And the table will be gone, and then you'll hit rollback, and you'll type in rollback and do that, and it'll be like, you're not in a transaction. And you're like, what just happened here? That's really all. That's like the worst experience. If it would like throw an error, right? They're like, hey, you can't use DDL in a transaction. That would be phenomenally better. But no, we don't do that. So in the Postgres case, this will actually work, right? And you might think like, is that actually useful? What can I do with that? There's all kinds of things you can do with that. One of the things that you probably shouldn't do, but people love to give this example. So I'm giving this example, which is what you can do is start a transaction. You can create an index on your table and then run explain analyze on the query. And only that session will see this index. And then you can see, does it actually help me or not? If the index doesn't help, you can roll it back and the index goes away. And isn't that magical? That don't actually do that. Like I hear that example, I'm like, these are people who don't ever, like they don't have operational experience. So probably the right thing to do if you care about that use case, create the index concurrently. Let's see if it actually helps anything. And if it doesn't, just drop the index. It's not, there's no blocking and all that. In the transactional version, there actually is some blocking that will happen if you do it that way. So don't, like I said, don't do this. This is not the use case. It will work, but it's not the use case you're looking for. Explain analyze does not update the statistics because it's explain. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So here's the use case that you want to use. So the question was, do I repeat the question when it's like never mind and don't whatever? Okay, they say I have to repeat the question. So Mark Wong asked whether explain analyze would update statistics when you're in a transaction. And I was like, dude, no, it doesn't do that. Seriously, you can ask that? I should have said Jacob. That would have actually been better. Sorry. Sorry, Mark. Anyways, yeah, there you go. Okay, so here's the use case that you actually want to do. So here we would do something like you start your transaction, you create a table, and then you create like additional tables that are going to reference that table, right? And you like sort of package those changes together. And so if you think about like when you're doing migrations, you have an application, it needs, one or more different SQLs to be run to like update the schema for the new version of the application. The nice thing is if you combine all of those into the transaction, then what you end up with is, either all of those will be committed and it'll all go together, or if there's an error for some reason, maybe you have an update statement in there or something and you run out of disk space or whatever, like the whole thing rolls back. So you basically have the ability to do an atomic change across multiple objects and know exactly where your schema is at the end of that. Right? And so then your application knows what version of the schema it has to deal with things. Without doing this in a transaction, if you run into an error like halfway through, now your schema is left in this like half broken state, right? And that's sort of no fun. So this to me is like one of the really nice use cases for this is packaging that stuff together, especially if there's updates involved and that kind of thing, and being able to do it as one atomic change. You can take it even further though, because I like to push boundaries a little bit. People have noted. So here's another way you could use this. You could do something where you start a transaction and maybe you want to change a column from like family name, right? It's like what we used to use that term. Now we would say last name because we're Americans and names don't mean anything. After you do that DDL change, you can run a save point on your transaction. And that gives you a point where you can go back to this point or you can go back to the very beginning. So you could then put in like some test data just to make sure it's going to work, run some SQL that your application is going to run, verify that that SQL does actually work, and put in whatever data you want to be able to mock up and change. Once you're happy with the results of those changes and that DML statement, you can then actually roll it back to just the part with the schema changes that you want. And that basically throws away all the test data that you put in there, right? Or if it went horribly wrong, you could roll back the entire thing. But in this case, what we're doing is we're rolling back just to let's keep the DDL. That actually worked and we like that. And then we'll commit the transaction, right? And this throws away all the mock data that we put in there. So you can actually do like some more advanced testing and whatnot if you're packaging things up and running it this way. So this is where sort of give you some ideas of like, here's how we can kind of stretch these features out and make them work. All right, insert returning. Who here is super familiar with the returning clause? I see some people aren't sure. They don't trust me. They're like, I know what this means in other presentations. I'm not sure about here. Okay, so this is not rocket science yet. So here's a very simple SQL. Imagine I wanted to be an actor someday. This Postgres thing hasn't really been working out for me. So I say to my agent, let's be an actor. So I insert it into the actor table, first name, last name, and then values, Rob Treat, and return everything. And what that does for me is I do the insert just like a normal insert, but then Postgres is actually going to give me the row back that has just been inserted. And you will note that I only gave it 2 fields worth of data, and I got 4 fields back because I said return star, which is kind of like select star. That's an argument for a different bar. But I do return star to say, give me all the rows back. And it gives me the ID number that was automatically generated. It gives me the timestamp of the update. All right, and I get all that back. I don't have to know it. Now, in most cases, without using returning, usually you get some kind of like identifier back or something. I have to go back and query the database to get the information based on like an ID field. But this sort of like saves you that extra round trip. That's not earth-shattering, but it's a little bit of a nice feature. Especially if you're in like sort of sharded environments where like you're going to do an insert and then you have to select back, and people sometimes they run into these problems where like, well, did the data actually get to one of the read nodes? And it's like, you don't have to worry about that because we'll just return it back right off of the insert, right? And then I get whatever columns are coming with it. So we can do that for insert. Obviously we can do it for update. Maybe my acting career would work better if I were more serious and I went by Robert instead of Rob, get those dramatic roles. So I can do an update on the actor table and set the first name equal to Robert, where the actor ID is 202, which I got from the previous slide. And instead of returning star, let's say I just want those 3 columns, right? I already know the ID, so I don't really need those. So you can actually specify whichever columns you want. It's very much like a select list for a normal select statement, right? You can do some level of math and expressions on those columns and return back whatever piece of information you want. And again, like you don't have to do these multiple round trips, like you can just do it all in one thing. And let's be real, like I have a face for radio, so I'm not gonna be an actor. I'm gonna get rid of that, get rid of that row of data. So I delete from the actor table where last name equals treat, and I can do returning star on that, and it gives me, here's the row you just deleted. And this is actually, I think, my favorite one. I think it's the most like sort of overlooked, which is like, if I had run this query where last name equals treat, and maybe I get like 2 rows back, right? Or like I get, like Postgres would tell you how many rows you get, but you'd like to actually see, I could get 1 row back and maybe it was the wrong row. Maybe I like mistyped my name or something because I'm that good at computers. And so I delete the wrong row. Like at least I'd have a shot at being able to put the data back in if I had to, right? But I think just like that last little ability to like verify, hey, you actually deleted the row that you wanted to delete. I love that about delete returning, and I think it's often very overlooked. So I like if I'm on PSQL, I definitely do try to do, if I'm doing deletes, I'm always like, let's return that data and take a look at it just to be sure it's what I thought it was. And so this is all nice. This is a feature. I think some other databases do have this, but not very many, which may be a feature if you're thinking about how do I write application code that cannot be ported to some other database, right? Like this is the kind of feature that will help you with that, if that's what you're into. I'm not saying you are, but anyway, so CTE returning. How many people are suffering from CTE? No, that's not what I meant. So CTE, there's a term, okay, CTE returning. So CTEs in the database world is common table expressions. And you will note there's a little thing in the corner. So if you wanted to know what the heck is this guy talking about, and you wanted to look this up later, sort of the official, quote unquote, the official name for this is a common table expression. In Postgres world, we typically just refer to them as CTEs. You might also hear in other database communities, they will be called with queries, like WITH, and you will see why in 1 second. But common table expressions is the name that's in the SQL standard, and you will see that name and that style of query in other databases, hopefully. There are a few different ways to do this, but that's what you would want to go look up, and that'll get you there. So let's look at a CTE. Let's imagine I want to see all the actors who are not actually good at their jobs, but we're not allowed to say that, who have failed to have their skills utilized by employers because capitalism. and we're going to get a list of them, and we'll call them underemployed, right? They're not being taken full utilization of. So I could do that as a CTE. So what I do is I just kind of name this object, right? This is my common table expression. I'm going to call it underemployed as, and then I'm going to run a query, which is pretty straightforward, right? I'm going to select all from the actor table where the actor ID is not in, select actor ID from film actor. So if an actor has never been in a film, he's underemployed. He should do more work. And in this case, right, then I select back from the CTE that I have named, underemployed. Just give me everything back. I get one record. It's Tom Miranda. His ID is 42. That's totally a random coincidence. I don't really have anything to say about that. So you might be looking at this and say, like, I don't know how useful that actually is. I'm questioning many of my choices, how I've ended up where I am at this very moment in time. And this is not actually super useful. If you had just run the query that's in the middle, I'll go back a slide. You're not supposed to do that, but I'll do it anyways, dang it. If you just run this, you'd get the same row back, right? So that's not the useful part. The useful part is when I go forward on the slide. And I say, let's try something like CTE returning. It's a little more complicated, but I'll walk you through it. So I'm going to name a CTE, and I'm going to call it RIP, because this is going to be movies that have never been rented, and I just want to give those movies away, right? Nobody's going to pay me money. I might as well give it away. It's like open source. So with RIP as, and then I put my query in, delete from the inventory table where the inventory ID is not in the list of IDs that I select from the rental table. But I'm putting that returning star in. So if you remember, right, when I do a delete returning, I get all the rows back that I'm deleting out of the system. That's really useful because I can then take those rows and insert them into my giveaway table, right? So I do that insert into giveaway, select all from RIP. RIP was my common table expression. Some people like to say, I'm not really one of them, that like when you do the CTE, it kind of creates like an in-memory table. It does kind of like do that. With the data that goes on in the CTE. So it's very much like selecting that back out. So we insert that into the giveaway table, everything from the RIP, and we also can do a returning on that piece, right? To say, I'd like to see those rows that I have just deleted both from the inventory table and then stuck into the giveaway table, which actually in this case, it's only one row because business is good. So that's the kind of thing that like, you can really start to see how you put some of these things together. And when we talk about like, you can save like one round trip, like in this case, like you're probably saving 3, 4, 5 round trips maybe, I don't know. Like if you were gonna do this individually, you'd first like do a select, right? To get the ones you wanna delete, then you'd delete those, and then I don't know how you'd capture that. So hopefully you saved it from the previous query. Then you do your insert, right? And then you kind of gotta verify all that. And you'd wanna wrap that in a transaction anyways, because you wouldn't wanna have it in the giveaway and in the inventory still. If you do it this way, it's one statement, right? It's one round trip. It goes in, does all it's got to do, comes back and tells you what's up. You don't have to deal with transaction management. If something goes wrong anywhere in that process, maybe your insert, again, like runs your database out of space or whatever, doesn't matter. Like the whole thing rolls back and you're back where you started. Everybody's happy. So this is the kind of stuff that I really think like, oh, I can do some really good stuff with this. And I think it makes your application code a lot easier, you know, as you're sort of writing these things out. Certainly if you're doing scripting and that kind of stuff, again, I think it just makes it a lot easier to just bundle all that stuff into like one query, does what it needs to, transactions are all taken care of. All right, how are we feeling out there? Everybody's good? All right, range types. You didn't see that coming, did you? Anybody ever used range types? Nobody uses range types. They're fantastic. Well, they're interesting at least. All right, range types. Imagine I have a table, a rental table. The way we would normally do it, so this is, you all look kind of old. So rental store, right? Like you go to a store, rent a video, take it home, watch it, take it back. I know, it's not Netflix, right? Like that's, I mean, it's not Amazon Prime. You actually have to physically rent it and give it back. So rental date, in this case, would be the day that the movie was rented. Return date would be the day that the movie was returned. That's pretty straightforward. That's how you would have done this in the past. But the new hipster way, or as I like to call it, the Portland way. The Portland way to do this, So actually, I think it's true because Jeff Davis worked on this. I think he lived in Portland when he did this work. So this really is the Portland way. Okay, so the Portland way to do this would be to do an alter table on your rental table and add a column rental period. And this is going to use this magic TS range that we have highlighted here, which essentially means timestamp range. And we're going to do a range of timestamp values, or a range, of timestamps. You'll see in a second. So we'll contain that. We'll put timestamps in a range and put that in a data type in the table. Totally makes sense. We have to populate that data if we were to do it this way. So we would update the rental table, set the rental period equal to, and we can use this sort of constructor function that Postgres gives us on timestamp range, where we pass in the first part of our range, which is the rental date, and the second part of our range, which is the return date. And it will go update all the rows and give them a timestamp range. Right? And so now we've got both of those columns are stored within one column of data, and you're just like, that is the most fantastic thing I've ever seen, except for you in the back because you can't see it because the font's too small. Should have sat closer. So it does look very similar, right? Rental date, return date, and then we have a range that shows both of those same dates. And you're like, I'm not sure that's actually mind-blowing. You know. But you can now actually ask very interesting questions with very little syntax. It's little syntax. Might be hard to remember, but it's very little syntax. So let's say I want to know, how many movies did I have rented on June 21st? I don't care when the rental started. I don't care when the thing was returned. I just want to know how many movies were rented on June 21st. In database parlance, we'd call this like a contains query. Air quotes, contains. This is actually really easy to write with the range type. So we can do select count from the rental table where the rental period, June 21st. The hard part is remembering that this little bird thing is the actual, that's what that means. It means contains. I think it's like there's a group and then the thing is like a embracement maybe. So that's the contain, I don't know. It's like a bird thing. That's what I think it is. So it's a very easy query to write and look at. You could work this out, obviously, if you had the two different dates with like some form of greater than, less than, right? Ignoring certain pieces. I don't know. But it's much easier to just write this thing and get the answer back. And this is what like these range types start to enable. And I should mention, range works for like numbers. You can even do it with like text columns, which makes much less sense. But like dates and numbers is where it really shines. We can actually flip this query kind of on its head. If I said like, how many movies did we rent during the month of June? And again, like I don't care when the rental started or if it ended after the month of June. I just want to know during the month of June, if a thing was rented, like I'd like it to be in the list. So that would be like select count from the rental table where rental period, and then this like double ampersand thing. Again, that's the hardest part is to remember. But it actually turns out those are all documented. So it's really not that hard to remember if you just remember they're documented. Or you ask your AI and say, I'd like you to hallucinate 2 random characters and see what you think that operator means. Hopefully it gets it right. I don't know. I haven't tried that. But, and then you could pass in this TS range constructor again and say, here's the range that I'm looking for, from June 1st to June 30th. And then Postgres kind of does all that magic behind the scenes of like, okay, there's some overlap between the individual ranges for all those rows and this range that they passed in, and anything that overlaps, like I'm gonna give you back that as part of your count, right? So it just makes asking those kinds of questions much easier. And you can actually take this much further. You can do a whole talk on this. I believe like 2 people who've done a number of talks on this feature, Jonathan Katz has done a bunch of them, and Jeff Davis has done a number of them. They were 2 people that are like really involved in actually putting this feature into Postgres a couple of years ago. And so you could Google those. There's things that you can do like putting constraints on your table to make sure that like, 2 people can't do the same hotel room at the same time, that kind of a thing, and have the database take care of all that logic. Again, it really reduces like what you have to figure out and do yourself, just doing a little bit of database code and letting it take care of things. So we're all about, man. We're making it easy. Running totals. I wear Crocs. I'm not a big fan of running. I got to be honest. But running totals, I can get behind. I guess in running, I'd probably get behind anybody. Slow. Crocs are not for running. I don't care what they tell you. Let's talk about running totals. So here we have a query. Does this query look scary to you? It's okay. So I'm gonna walk you through it, man. It's gonna be okay. It's all good. All right. I'm gonna give you some data because I think it helps if you can actually see what the data is. Basically what I wanted to do was, imagine I'm running my rental store, people come in to rent stuff, and I'd like to know how much money they have spent with me in the past, right? I wanna know if they are like the unusual whale of the rental store, and I should give them like whatever hot discounts or, you know, free popcorn or whatever that you would give out at a rental store, or whatever. Yeah, maybe they don't run a lot, I don't know. So I wanna get a running total of every time they've come in, how much had they spent previously. And in this case, I do a few little tricks here. So like, just for sort of formatting purposes, I don't actually need to know, I need to know to the very second that they came in and made that payment, but I don't need to know to the 6th decimal second that they made the payment. So I do this little timestamp 0 trick to kind of scrub that away on my payment date. And then obviously I need the amount. So this amount is the amount that they're going to spend on a given day, right? So, and then we do prior spend. Now, how many people here know that nulls are evil? Yeah, okay. That's not enough hands. So it turns out nulls are evil. And we don't want to have them when we write our queries. So I use a little coalesce trick. If you've never heard of the word coalesce, like if you do Postgres for a long time, like it'll just become a thing you say, right? Like, what do you want for dinner? And you're like, I don't know, like I'm coalescing on like Thai or Chinese. Like, you know, it's like probably not really the way it's supposed to be used in a sentence, but you will eventually end up doing that. So here I'm coalescing. So what coalesce actually does is it basically looks in like, I want the first value unless it's null, and then like give me the second value. That's sort of a short explanation for what it does. So here what I'm basically saying is I want to coalesce all of this like some partition thing that we'll talk about in a second, but if that actually gives me a null back, then like just put a 0 in there, right? And it will make sense that that should give me a null if it's the very first time the person has come in, right? They couldn't have spent any money before, so I want a 0 because nulls are evil. So we won't jump into this piece too deeply, but what I'm basically doing is I'm creating a partition on the data, and I'm looking at the preceding row, and I'm just adding that as we go along. I have to order it by payment date because I need it to be in the order. Like normally, as you do like groups and aggregates in Postgres, there's no guaranteed order, so I have to slide this order in there because I really do want it in the order that the person has come in and spent money. If you didn't have that, perhaps those rows would come back in random order, and then it would really make no sense. So I put that in there. And you can see, like, depending on how good you are at math, you can double check that it has actually given you the right data, right? The first time the person came in, they spent $4.99. They had never spent any money before. If we look at the next row, they spent another $4.99, and they had spent $4.99 before, right? Then they come and spend $6.99. Now, previously, they'd done 2 $4.99s, which is $9.98, and on and on and on, right? This is the kind of thing that people do actually get asked a lot. They write a bunch of code for it. They don't actually have to. They just have to write this SQL that probably cannot be generated by an ORM. Maybe it can, I don't know. I think it'd be hard to do that with an ORM. There probably are some that do it. But that's the thing, right? If you wanted to actually look this up later and say, like, how do these rules work on this whole partition over something deal? These are actually called window functions. So if you want to look it up later, look for window functions. There's a pretty good talk by Bruce Momjian that goes over window functions, talks about it. When I have not done window functions, you know, for like 3 or 6 months or whatever, and I come back to it and I need to like do it, you know, in a presentation the next day, what I basically do is I open the Postgres docs to the window functions page, and then I go open up Bruce's talk to the Windows function page, and I looked at both of those, and I can kind of distill what I need into like a SQL query. So I would recommend either of those. The documentation is actually pretty good, but it helps to have his examples, and maybe these examples, I don't know, it could happen in there. So again, as you can see, let's talk a little bit more about this. Our sum over amount partitioned by customer ID, right? Because I'm doing this for one individual customer. You do the running total, and you can actually generate, you know, big long lists of this stuff, and it's pretty performant. There aren't too many issues with it. I think people sort of get turned off, like how much analytics should I be doing in my database? Like, is this the right thing? Like, couldn't you just give me all the data and then, you know, I'll process it in Ruby because it's blazing fast? It's actually, Ruby's not blazing fast. If you said you're gonna do it in Perl, I might be like, yeah, maybe. But nobody does it anymore. So like, I know you'd be lying anyways. So so like, you're gonna like compute all this data, right? But here's the thing. If I just do these pieces, right? So you're just like, give me all the data and I'll compute the running total myself because I'm like a MATLAB whiz or whatever, right? I've got R, I don't know, or Julia. I don't know what they do these days. Just this piece of the query, right? I select the columns out from payment where customer ID equals $5.99. So just to get the data for the customer, if I were to have run that and done an explain analyze, there's only one small piece of this code that actually mattered. I just left this up here like this so I could, again, harass people who didn't move towards the front. So the cost of this in query bucks, which are not a recognized token yet, but someday I'm sure will be, the cost in query bucks is like 66. Who's going to remember 66 for me? Because I'm going to need that in like 2 slides. Okay, we have a volunteer. So that would cost me like 66 query bucks, right? If I add in all of this piece, right, my magic coalesce and my window function thing with the partition and the over and all that, it does make the query more complicated. You see there's like these 3 additional lines have been added, but if you look at the query buck cost, you see that it's only 67, and our previous number was 66. So this is basically adding like no overhead for it to do all the calculation for you. So don't be scared that like, oh, I'm using like window functions. This is totally gonna slow my database down. I mean, I'm not saying it will never slow your database down because like that's how consultants stay in business. But you know, like there's a good chance you could try this first and see that like it doesn't put a lot of overhead into the system. It's totally safe to use. And I can do this and save myself a lot of application code. So again, I'm just saying, make your life a little easier. Don't be scared. Running aggregate. We have to take it to the next level. That's what we do here. So let me give you another big scary query. So you know it's bigger and scarier because it takes the entire slide. So, but I'm going to walk you through it because it's really not that big and scary. So you've done everything already except for one piece of this. If you didn't realize it, we've walked through all the parts of this query so far. So this first part, the with rented as. Who here remembers CTEs? Good, because it was only, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes ago. So I'm glad we still got that one. So I'm going to name a CTE, rented. And then I'm going to generate a series of dates. Everybody here familiar with generate series? If you are not familiar with generate series, then you should look at this slide because it's got a little thingy that tells you write down generate series. Generate series, most magical thing in all of Postgres. Not exactly true, but it's a function that generates a series. And what's nice about that, no, that's not the right word. What's interesting about that is if you generate, once you have the ability to generate a series of numbers, you can now do loops in Postgres, and in theory can make Postgres Turing complete. That's not what I used it for here, but you could, in theory, do that. That's a different presentation for a different day. So what I'm using it, there's other versions. So you can generate a series of numbers, but there's this nicer version, at least nicer for what we're doing. You can generate series of dates. So I pass in a starting date, an end date, and then I pass in the interval that I want. So this could be like hours or weeks or whatever, right, that are in my series of dates that I'm going to generate. But in this case, I'm doing dates. So I need a list of every day. And the reason why I'm doing this to generate series is if I had a date where I didn't actually sell anything, I wouldn't want to leave that date out of the report, right? So I'm generating a list to make sure that I get every day of the given month. I'm using generate series to do that. Once I have that series of dates, I'm going to do a left join of my actual payment data on the series of dates. I'm using date trunc to do that. Date trunc basically takes a timestamp and then like truncates it for a non-database use of the word truncate to the day. And again, you can pass in different things. This is kind of a weird way to do this, but you know, sometimes that's how I like to roll. It's going to Portland. I said, let's do it the weird way. So we join it on the day, right? Our payment data with the day of the generate series. We're gonna do a sum of all of the payments that are on every given day. We call that bucks because that's how many bucks we made on that day, grouped by day. And then of course we use coalesce because nulls are evil. Yeah, exactly, there you go. So we use our coalesce trick again to make sure there's no nulls. Again, if we didn't sell anything on a given day, we would get a null back, and we don't want that. So we do the coalesce trick. And then we order it by 1 because we need this stuff to go in order. What I'm asking for in this query is I want a running total, like we did in the previous query, of how much we've made over the course of the month. But then what I'm also going to ask for is a 7-day average for any given day of how much we have made. So that's going to be like a moving average as we look at the report. So my CTE was the rented. It was all that basic top part. Now we're in this like secondary select piece, right? And this is like further information. So here we're going to do day, and then I'm going to use the operator to push that into a data type. So it's basically doing the same thing as date trunc. It's just different because it's a conference and I have to show different things. Actually, I prefer this syntax, as you can tell, because it's like 1/10 of the letters that you have to type in. I need the number of bucks that we are generating for the biz. And then I'm going to do a sum of the bucks. These are my daily running totals over T. And you're like, what the heck is T? Well, we spilled some tea earlier, but we can't talk about it on a live stream. In this case, I have rented, down below, you'll see where I've declared this window T. So remember, we were talking about window functions. I'm creating another window of data in here, and I've named it T. So this is going over the window named T, right? And it's going to give me my total for the month. And then also, I mentioned I wanted the 7-day moving average. So here we're going to take an average of the bucks that we have generated, do an over on that. And here, though, we're actually using 2 different windows within this query. I know. You're like, what? We can do 2 different windows? We can. So here we're doing a window that is over rows. And the way this kind of works, like it seems really complicated, but it's almost as simple if you don't try to get it out of the docs as it looks. So I need the 7 preceding rows and the current row. So when you think of like what the window is, think of your entire record set as it's coming back to you and saying, I want a window of the 7 preceding rows for the row that I'm currently looking at and the current row, right? So get those. And then when you go to the next row, say 7 preceding and the current row. So just keep moving that window along. I don't use float2 to format this. I use numeric 6.2 because that will actually look like money. That's an inside joke for anyone who saw this talk 5 years ago. It's a really small sample size, but it was worth it, I'm sure. I just want to say, actually, so if an important PSA, if any of you have ever used the money type, I hope that is not a thing. The money type in Postgres is really awful, should never be used, unless you're planning to quit your job and you hate the person who's going to take over after you. But both of those things have to be true. If you're just going to quit and you don't know who's going to replace you, don't use the money type. So you have to hate the person who's going to come after you. And then money type is okay. If you just want to format something to look like money, use something like numeric 6.2. This will put it to 2 decimal places, or use an integer or whatever is nice. Just don't use the money type, whatever you do. All right, that's an aside. It's really difficult to work with. It does like weird formatting of data. It tends to lose. It doesn't actually understand what currency is. So like you might think that it does if you say, I'm going to store this as like dollars, and then you're going to like ship your database to another country. Or like ship a server or something. Like when you boot it up in that country, if it looked at like, I'm on a different locale now because I did logical replication, like it would change your money to be something else. Like it's broken in about every way it could be broken.
So like you would think you had $10, but it's actually like, oh, actually you have 10 rupees now.
If you logically replicate it over to a server like in Japan, now you got 10 yen. Like it doesn't actually understand that there's a currency involved here. So it's not good. That's all I can say about that. I mean, actually, I could say a lot more, but I see people outside, so they're like, we should move on. Okay, so remember, rented was our CTE that we started with, and so rented now from rented, because we're selecting this bottom half of the select is all of the stuff that we created in the CTE in the beginning, right? So that's where we're doing it, and then this window for the running aggregate piece of it. Nope, I'm sorry. This window for the totals for the month, here we're doing rows unbounded preceding. So unbounded means basically go back as far as you can go back. And then I need everything from as far as you can go back to the current row. right? And as Postgres is doing that record set and going down through each row, every time it's going to go back to the very beginning and grab everything in the current row. So you can see how we've got two different windows. And if you think about one is like, I need a 7-day average. So I said, give me the 7 rows before in this row. And the other one is giving me everything back to the beginning and to this row. Like you can see how those windows are kind of formed and how they can move along as your record set goes down. What will that record set look like? There's a guy who came in late and he sat in the very last row. You can all turn and look at him and be like, dude, if you'd have got here on time, there's a thing on the very first slide that says we're going to show some code that's going to have some very small fonts and stuff, so maybe you want to sit closer, but you came in late and so you didn't see it. Oh, he can see it, so like he's hacked the system. He's beating us all. He's beating us all. All right, anyway, so this is what the report would look like, and you probably actually can't reason about this well, so I want you to get something out of the talk. So here's 10 slices right out of the middle of the thing. So you can actually look at the data. The highlighting is, I don't know what that's for. That's like some weird corporate boondoggle thing. It's my first PowerPoint presentation I've ever given. I've never used this software before. It's fantastic. So here we have a row. So we just take a random day. It's not random because I picked the middle 10, right? I snipped out the first 10, snipped out the last 10 of our 30 days of that we were pulling back. On April 11th, we had done $508.82 in sales. Total for the month at that point was this $5,882. The 7-day average of the dates before this particular day plus this one was $523. And if you look, the main thing, if you're like skeptical of the math here, and you shouldn't be because it's not my math, it's Postgres math. It's way better at math than me. And it's not AI math either, right? Like it's actual computer science math. So you can see the next row, we did less business, right? It goes down to 457. The total for the month still goes up because of course it does, right? The total should keep getting bigger all the time. The average actually goes down because when you put in a lower value, the average should go down. And so you can kind of look if you're watching this like, okay, 500 is less than the 7-day average. So the average should continue to go down. And one of you is good at math and is like, he's not right about what he's saying, but you're not good enough about math to stand up and yell at me. So we're just going to keep going with this. I see wheels turning. As the totals come in and they are lower than the average goes down. And then you can see towards the bottom, we start getting some big days in there, right? We get that big like 533 day and the average like jumps up a few dollars on the 18th of April, right? Our 7-day average goes back up, as does the total. So again, like we're writing like really complex reports or what people will think is really complex reports. And you're like, it can't be that hard because this dude at this talk at FOSSY, like he was all over the map and he's able to write this stuff. So it can't be that difficult, but it saves you so much computing time and you can answer really interesting questions when you are able to do this kind of stuff that people will wonder about your data. And again, like it's all pretty performant, like just getting the data out versus the extra little bit of computation necessary to get this stuff. It's very little overhead in many of the cases that you'll try to run this stuff. So would strongly encourage you to look at it. Hopefully you did write down all the little things with the logo so you can look that stuff up. If you have questions, because I am actually out of time, I am on Twitter. Yeah, that's right. It's still the Twitter app on my phone, so it doesn't work anymore, but it's still the Twitter app on my phone. So I'm on Twitter as RobTreat2. You can email me at rob@exilla. And if you're looking for the video with the variation of jokes from this talk, if you go to pgtreats.info, that is a YouTube page. Warning, it's run by Google, who doesn't do free software the way that some people want it to be done. But those are videos that I have put of like talks I have done on a channel that's at that URL, including this one from like pre-pandemic times. So, and you'll find some mistakes and errors in those slides if you really go looking, I'm sure. So, all right, that's it. I'm out of here. I'm going to push the button, I guess, and not be live on the stream. And then, you're free to go about your day. Thank you, everybody.
Is that, yeah, okay, great.
Self-service.
Yeah. It's not very affordable for colorblind people, but I managed okay. All right, so hello. Thanks for waiting for the final talk of the last day. So if you don't know me, and that's hardly possible, my name is Nate Willis, and I'm very glad to be at FOSSY in person. I've been stuck on a mysterious island for the last 5 years where they drive backwards and use heptagonal money. So I appreciate any chance to be somewhere where there are real people. And mostly I work on font and text wrangling things, but I have some other interests, including this. If that title was a little too clever to be understood, what I'm going to be discussing is the reuse of exported data archives. This is actually the third installment in a trilogy of talks on this topic. Threequels are tricky to pull off sometimes because they're not necessarily a dead end. I get why so many people like Empire Strikes Back, for example, but I always a little more partial to Return of the Jedi myself. Partly that's because it's the one where you get to see the protagonists make a plan and then implement that and put it into play at their own terms and have some success. Taking the initiative, not just reacting to things. So that's what this talk is attempting to do. I will recap the previous episodes a little bit, but you got to balance saying too much against not having context. So you'll see Spock entering the warp core and the Genesis device, but you don't have to watch the whole movie. So for context only, you don't need to go rewatch these, but the first talk was at GWADEC last summer, and it was focused on using data exports in GNOME applications, which either can or can't work with the data. But it's clearly not just a desktop thing. The second installment was Mini DebConf Cambridge in October last year, which is a little more focused on the server-oriented stuff. And there are a lot of big online services that are mainly a server component, or that's the business end of them. But there's also the conceptual angle on how free softwareness intersects with autonomy of a person and that person's data, and that's kind of what I want to get into more today. So yeah, we talk about the ability to own your data being really important, not just a nice idea, but something that's kind of vital, and that those discussions can be kind of impassioned at times, and people will say you should ditch services that you don't control, come over to free software. It can get kind of vitriolic, which is not beneficial usually. So I'm going to try and stay down to earth and practical, empowering for users. But a lot of services have this option now where you can export or download or take out your data. And we usually say that's good or good-ish, but practically speaking, it may or may not be. So show of hands, how many people have done something where they exported their data from a service, like ever? Yeah. That's might be why you're here rather than somewhere else, I guess. Has anyone done it in the last 12 months? Okay, if you're last month, maybe? Okay. Yeah, you don't usually do it a ton of times. It's kind of depending on what you're going to do with it when you've got it. So I got interested in this subject a long time ago when Google Reader died, and you didn't really have a way to you could export your subscription list, but not your read articles, anything you had starred, that kind of thing. But there were third-party tools that let you work with that, and that was interesting because it worked. And there was a thing called Reader is Dead, which was a replacement for completely interfacing with them as close to in original form as they could do it. But of course, that was a mock-up with this exported data. It wasn't a live feed reader, so it doesn't really work in the long term. Then during the COVID pandemic, I spent a lot of spare time reevaluating services and things that I thought weren't worth self-hosting. And a lot of the guides I saw were more about avoiding ads or blocking bad actors and things. And they kind of lumped all services into the same bucket with respect to that. I find it more useful to assess services in terms of how they cross the public-private boundary for yourself. So you send messages out to people, that leaves your private space, enters the public. You have a public conversation, it's all public. There's some data you want to keep private, like your calendar appointments with your doctor or something. So I started by getting those downloads, but it becomes addictive pretty quickly. And I just started requesting all the ones I could find, kind of just because it was fun to compare what you got. This is only a partial list. There's a few others. I don't have Apple or Microsoft IDs, so I can't tell you what's in those. It's not exhaustive. You probably can think of some that aren't there. But when you look at what is inside them, you have this practical question. Is the data something you can use? And if so, how? And the reason this matters in the big sense is like, if there isn't a way to do anything useful after you've left the service, what's the point of having the data? And we don't have much of a sales pitch. I think it's similar to the notion that you should stop using a service because the software is closed. Okay, but if that means you can't get in touch with any of your old family or friends, it's hard to convince people of that. So the outline for today, a look at the things that you can actually get and export, and some of the tools and what you can do with them. Obviously, there's so many that it's hard to generalize, but I think there's some key things to point out there. And then we'll do a quote-unquote case study on the social networking, because I think that's what gets a lot of attention with who owns the social networks these days. And then end with a few takeaways. So briefly, what can you get? There are generally some usable file formats for things that are old and very cut and dried, like contacts and calendars. I mean, it's not like a database table dump, which is good news. A lot of the sites, a lot of the commercial sites, very helpfully give you sort of a local-only HTML browsing interface that helps you walk your way through the different categories of material and do something with them. But there's a lot of stuff that ends up just with raw JSON, and I think that's done for convenience of the developers, and that can be pretty annoying because they rarely have documentation to accompany it, and they rarely have a schema. So if you want to parse it yourself, you're in for a tougher time. Here's an example of what the Google takeout looks like. There are, I think, 57 categories in the takeout that I made. This is more than a year ago now. And the links inside there are live. If linking to material that is HTML, it will take you to another file in the unzipped archive, which is pretty nice. There are services I didn't realize existed in Google, like arts and culture and reminders. I don't know what those are. But the good news is a lot of those things are standard file formats. The ones that aren't tend to have documentation built in. There's some things that are odd, like tasks are not in the V-to-do format, although calendars are in the iCalendar format. Email is inbox, things like that. I don't have an example on health and fitness data, which I wish I did because that's pretty important stuff, especially from a privacy standpoint. But it's not all rosy either. Google Docs, the documents you download are in Microsoft Office format or PDF, so they're not using LibreOffice, which they in theory could. Twitter archive experience is pretty similar. You get a local HTML page. The message data itself is actually a single giant condensed JSON file, and it has all internal identifiers for things like the accounts and attachments or URIs and things like that, cross-linking between things. And it's an in-page JavaScript blob that loads it and navigates it and lets you search. It didn't show any services that it didn't know about. I know Twitter has some things like games and live broadcasting I've just never used. So you might get that as well, but I couldn't tell you what's inside of it. So yeah, like I said, you can search this Twitter archive thing. It's not too ancient looking, but even though it looks like a web page, you can't put this on your own site. For one thing, it is all of your messages in a JSON blob, including potentially private stuff. And you can't do things like link to a specific tweet because it's, again, sort of faking this display. And also, importantly, I think it's only half of each conversation, your half. So if you're discussing something, you don't get a full thread, and you don't see at all the message that you're responding to, which I think we should refer to as the half-swan problem, which is a Phil and Lem quote, who I like to popularize whenever I can. There's also the cutting a pile of sand in half is still two piles of sand, but cutting a table in half is not a table metaphor, but I prefer this one. Some other brief highlights from big companies, in case you're curious. Facebook, pretty similar, the HTML index there. There's weirdness to be found, though. For instance, GitHub does not give you your list of starred repositories, but it gives you other people's uploaded file attachments if they were on an issue to your repository. So they've made a decision there about where the public-private boundary is. There are some useful tidbits in some of these. For example, the Amazon one has the product codes for things, so you could, in theory, do something with that. Prime Video history and titles, so you could kind of put that into a tracking application if you're keeping track of things. There are also some lowlights I would want to point out. GitLab, no account export whatsoever. There is an issue about that, but it hasn't improved things. Firefox accounts, nothing. I kind of thought that, you know, we would get some downloadable list of the things that you had synced, but no. Wikipedia, nothing. You can argue that everything in Wikipedia is public. I don't think that's actually true. Identica, anybody remember Identica? There is no export option. Although, foreshadowing, you can still scrape the API as long as the site is up. And that script, or that set of scripts there is based on what Paul Wise from the Debian publicity team used to archive it for Debian. Mastodon is a little more complicated. You can download something, but it again, like Twitter, is the raw JSON blob, but it does not have any of the interface that lets you browse it or search it or view it in its original form. And there's some odd bits that are sort of there separately. That sounds like a small complaint, but just try and navigate your way through that. You can't really do anything without parsing that JSON. You can't actually see, there were original file names for all the images that you uploaded, but you don't have those. So being able to find things is going to require a lot more work on your part. And then there are things you can't get at all. Like you can't download your followers. As far as I can tell, that's just a decision made by the Mastodon leadership that's wrong for some reason. Like they had the same opinion about quote tweets. It took a long time to change their opinion on that. So yeah, the brief takeaways here. I don't think we should take this lying down that the big vendors are providing a far better user experience than the free software projects. Like you don't get a free pass because of the license on your source code. There's no reason to think that big vendors like Twitter provide this local browsing interface out of pure altruism. I think they probably do it to reduce support calls. And that is certainly something that matters to free software projects as well. Now that we have it, what do we actually do with it though? I kind of think there's 4 usage patterns to consider. I'm sure there are others. You could just file it away. You just have it to read later for some occasion when you want to find something in particular, maybe as a library item. And certainly if you have a bunch of them, you can sort of do that. Maybe it's a reusable file on its own, like the Office docs. You can just open those up and work with them. You might move it over to another service that does the same thing. Think your photos, you don't have to do anything to import those into another photo management app. But then there's the transformative option, which is the most interesting one, which is you transform into a usage or into a way that allows you to use it for something entirely different. Maybe because you own it or because you're using a different kind of service with it. So just to touch on the stuff from the GNOME desktop applications talk, most applications don't really see this as a use case that they can handle. For example, a lot of map data you can get from Google is perfectly valid GeoJSON. A lot of things that you actually can get where you've been, things you've made comments on, but there isn't really a way to import that into GNOME Maps, for instance. Or if there is a way to import it, it's not a good experience. Like importing a calendar ICS file into GNOME Calendar is pretty rough. Technically, I think it happens, but you're not going to really want to do that. You're going to stand up a calendar server if you're going to make use of that, which is a good idea anyway because it allows you to use it on multiple machines, right? Anyway, that's sort of the FYI level. Ask me about that if you have more questions related to it. Let's move on to the deep dive, social networking. We're going to start with what happens on Twitter, which is a really ideal example for several reasons. It has all of the major problems that prompt people to say that you should stop using a service, right? The sleaziness level of the owner and the negativity level of the interactions. Plus, it's all public, at least by default, or it used to be. I also have my Facebook archive, but 99% of my Facebook stuff is not public messages, so I don't really want to show that, and I'm not going to publish it somewhere else on my own. Private stays private, public stays public. This is not the only export archive I've worked with, but we'll talk about those as we go through them. And just because we're about to start on this, I am not someone who thinks you should delete your Twitter account. I think that does a lot more harm than good. You hear this most of the time, don't use services you don't control. And I get the feeling of wanting to strike back against the villain. But I don't think it accomplishes the thing you want it to accomplish. I mean, you may think that Elon Musk is tearing up and pacing back and forth in anger and, I don't know, throwing a weirdly shaped phone at his assistant when he hears that you've deleted your account. That does not happen, I have to tell you. This is what happens. You create link rot for someone else. And that's wrong. You are doing some harm to some other person who searched for this question, whatever it is, and now doesn't know what the answer is. So it's not okay to harm that person because you also want to harm Elon Musk, I don't think. However, I don't mention that because I'm preaching a sermon about not deleting things. Although you're welcome to repent, I guess. And we could have a collection later if you want. But the main reason I want to talk about it is because there are other reasons why you should do self-archiving, and we tend to not talk about those because making the villain cry sounds much more appealing. For instance, there are outages. They can be lengthy, even if they're temporary. You can have attacks on the service or on the network behind it, including accidental ones, takedowns, government orders, and the fact that rock stars and ninjas are all mortal. We don't talk about that succession plan stuff very much in free software, but we all know that it does happen. So there are reasons you should get an archive, figure out what you want to do with it. And when we think about those broad categories of how we reuse our data, let's look at what the actual Twitter data can be done, can fit into those. I consider there to be basically 4 data types in a Twitter archive. There's the actual messages that you tweeted. There's some direct messages, which are different just because of the privacy level. Connections to other users, those accounts that follow you or you follow them or you interact with, and then there's the likes and bookmarks. So what will we do with any of those in particular? Well, this I showed before. This is the default Twitter local index webpage. And it has some built-in search functionality, which again is sort of faking the appearance of a web page. So there's no URLs. They're just loaded live in the JSON. That means that could suffice as is for the library use case, but if you have 6 of those files on your backup server somewhere, you have to open up all of those web pages to search them individually inside that web interface per file, which doesn't really help you if you don't remember where you had that discussion about that piece of hardware you needed. So you probably want to convert that into a more useful format. Fortunately, there are a lot of tools to choose from on that. Some of these are very focused. I count more than 30 that I would say are active projects. You can define that different ways. Like some of them just have a particular set of stats they want to track, which might be useful for business, but not for a person. But there's a lot to choose from. I think the one that I found most useful, for reasons I'll say in a moment, is this thing called Twitter Archive Parser. Partly it's because it's a real parser. Like it has a good internal representation of that tweet data set. And, as Mr. Scott put it, the more they overthink the plumbing, the easier it is to stop up the drain. In addition to the parser, though, it also generates some output formats, and more than one. So it can do HTML, which you might want to use as is. It can also give you Markdown, which is a lot more flexible for transforming into something else. And it dereferences a lot of the things that are not handled by default in the main archive. So attachments, it downloads those rather than just having the external URL. And the names of other accounts, it fetches those over the Twitter API. This is what it looks like if you just get the default HTML output from the conversion. It's what I would call stripped down. That's probably okay. It's plain HTML. It doesn't, as far as I can tell, okay, so to paraphrase Karen Sandler appropriately, I am not a lawyer and I am most certainly not your lawyer. However, I don't think there's any Twitter code involved there. So in theory, you could just put that on a public web server. And if it's something that you've archived an account from, your Debian PR group, then that might be fine. It does have some gotchas, like it splits archives into months, which is not the default. But it also creates that Markdown, which we can do other things with. You might ask, okay, can we just take that and load it into some other free Twitter-like service like Mastodon? You cannot. It's kind of understandable. Mastodon is very focused on being a live service where conversations are happening now. You talked about years worth of posts. You can't load those in behind the present moments easily. Like you don't want to blast out 10 years of posts all at once when you've just uploaded this archive, especially if you're not the one running the server. You could maybe import them into your history, but then you're messing with the direct timestamps in the database, which is not really handled There are some discussions on those GitHub links there if you want to see what the current thinking is, but generally it's going to mess with so many things that it's not advisable. Just as an aside, you might have seen that there is a quote-unquote import option in the Mastodon sidebar, but that is just user accounts importing another user account. It's not anything to do with data archives. So you can't really, you could maybe stand up your own personal Mastodon server and do that, but again, there aren't really tools to do it. You're just talking about managing this massive database import yourself. And the other thing is Mastodon servers have a lot of resource requirements. There's admin stuff involved, and I think I've heard they're kind of heavyweight, but a lot of that is because it's doing all the peer-to-peer federation stuff, and that's not really what we need for tweets from 10 years ago anyway. So my choice here would be repurpose it and host them in some flat format on your own site, a static site, which you can do because you get Markdown out of that conversion tool. The indie web people would call that FOSSY, sort of, because it's originally post on your own site, then syndicate elsewhere. In this case, it's the opposite of that, but I don't really know what you would want to call that. It's the same idea. It is static if we use the Markdown into something like Hugo or Pelican. I chose Pelican because I know Pelican, and Markdown because it's already in Markdown, and they don't have to re-escape things. I think the thing that this adds mainly is that you can do a usable remapping of those URLs. So if you are worried about the link rot problem, which again, I think you should be, then if the original link dies, the Icebox version of it here is computable and it's deterministic. The top of the two lines there is what I originally started out with. Then realized that I had a second Twitter account I had set up for my public research project. So you really do need the thing that mimics the entire Twitter URL, or else it's just a little bit harder to remap. The theory is that if you do this conversion and run on your own server, then the end step would be you tell everyone you're doing this, you give them the link, and then you don't have to post new stuff on Twitter anymore, but everyone who wanted to find their conversation with you knows where to go to find it. The internal conversion of the Markdown is a little bit involved. I mean, it's basically text, so a little bit of Python is all it requires there. You grab the date and time, because again, this is like the conversion tool gives you a whole month in a single file, and I wanted to split those into separate files so they each had a URL of their own. So now you dump it into something that looks like this, which is Pelican compatible Markdown source. The title field, a little tricky. That was my first attempt at that. I've changed my mind since then. I did also track whether it's a retweet or a reply or some things like that. Anybody see anything potentially problematic there? Okay. We'll come back around. So passable results here. Obviously the graphic design here is stellar, but there are some things I've tweaked since this version. I wanted to work with a really minimal theme and try and build it up in the right direction. This doesn't show images, but I think one of the previous screenshots showed an image. This is a little tough to roll out because if you were on Twitter for a long time, you may be talking hundreds or thousands of individual files, which can take a long time to regenerate. You don't necessarily need to. The archive parser, if you give it an updated archive, will not regenerate a file that exists. But then in that conversion for Pelican step, you do need to check if the file exists. The titles are not useful. I did tweak that a little bit since then. I simplified the date and added my name. And I'll show you what some of that looks like in a bit. The main thing is to want to add a reply to and share links. I think that would be useful for the archive existing. So reply to me on Mastodon here for each link. And there'd be a stable URL there. So no one shouted it out, but the problem is there. That's the ellipse. That ellipsis is in the data that you got from Twitter. That's a retweet. Ironically, Texas Linux Fest is a conference I'm on the team for. And I don't remember, I might have actually written that from the other account. But you do not have the full message there that you've retweeted. It is cut off at this point they chose. But I think that's how at first that bothered me. Like, can't they look that up in the parser? Like they're looking up usernames from the internal IDs and things, but I think actually they made the right choice because I don't own that tweet. And if we talk about data autonomy as this important thing, I shouldn't be republishing other people's material without their permission. That's just, I don't own it. That's the social networkingness of it, which is unfortunate here. So I don't really have a workaround for that. You could go get permission for everyone, I suppose, but it's probably just not solvable, and you just have to deal with it and think about that as you move forward. But I still think that is better than deleting your account, mainly because of the link rot issue. It's a bit time-consuming to do the generation, but once you have a system that works, I mean, if you stop using the service, you never do it twice. But you can do this with a service that you continue to use too. The other bits, we'll go through this really quickly. I think the tweets are the main thing because they're the public part, and that's where you have that concern with link rot. But there's other stuff. So, for example, likes and bookmarks, potentially useful. You might have saved something to read it later. It might just be because you were giving a high five to somebody. That's not too tough. There are actually a lot of services where you have something like that, a starred repository or a bookmarked URL. Basically, you're gonna import those into something that manages bookmarks for you. Can't think of another real interesting use case or another real interesting approach. If you have one, let me know. The trouble there is that there's actually more formats than you realize for storing bookmarks. There's XBEL, which there is no tools for anymore, OPML, which you recognize from feed readers and so on. A lot of times you don't have metadata with those. You might get the title, you might not. You might just have a plain URL. And the other thing to note is that there are link manager and bookmark manager applications, but they don't optimize for things like deduplication. They usually focus on search. So I've tried a few of them. Zotero is not really for that. I think Buku is the one I like the best. Not by a lot. LinkedIn is probably my second choice. I actually tested this with tweets and GitHub stars and Mastodon and Reddit saves. This is what Buku looks like. You might recognize that as the Flask SQL Alchemy default interface. So they didn't put a lot of effort into it. But it does have a terminal mode command line tool as well, which is probably why I like it better. That's LinkedIn. It just looks nicer. It also supports multiple user accounts. These other bits, I don't know if we declare victory on the links, but these are a lot more, the direct messages and the other accounts are a lot less clear anyway. There's not much you can do to save private messages in a way that you import into another tool, because there aren't really tools for that. You can import them into an email archive, but you're better off just keeping it on disk as plain text. Like the other advantage of doing this conversion to the Markdown, even if you're not standing it up on a site, is you do this for all those accounts, and you can search with file system search tools. You can do that with your direct messages as well. Let's see. Where was I? Anyway, the follower and followers, yeah, they're sort of contacts, but you rarely are going to get real vCard information out of there that you can merge into an address book. You'd be matching on name only, which is all work on your part, and the computer is not really helping you there doing the cleanup. Yeah, I mentioned the private messages already. So I got to this point at the mini DevConf, and I had two people sort of shrug off the whole idea as this is something that's only good for Twitter, and I don't use Twitter. Well, overall, the process is repeatable, so let's take a look at what it looks like on a non-proprietary network service like Identica. Who remembers it? Not as many people. You might remember it from a slide a few minutes ago. It's essentially the same four contents there. So the only thing that changes is the word tweet. You have the same problem, but you do have a very different starting point because, as I mentioned, you don't have an export, so you have to scrape. And this scraping tool that I mentioned from the Debian PR people is the only one I've found. It is also in that repo a little broken, like it does not use the right counter to go through the loop, so I had to fix that. I will probably post that somewhere, but I'm not sure how useful it is. Then what you get back is raw JSON, which you then have to decipher, and I think this is considerably harder than you might realize if you haven't done it before. You might be a JSON guru. I'm certainly not. I again went for Markdown because my thinking was that if you got this working in a format that is nice for Twitter and Mastodon, you might want to use a very similar interface for all of your self-archiving things. The conversion process is rough because, as far as I can tell, activity streams, it's heavily redundant and there's a lot of nested structures in it. And the tooling that I'm aware of for like processing that is pretty rough. And the documentation is sometimes just broken, like 404 links because it's so old. The original server code is now GNU Social, and the protocol activity streams is what became Activity Pub used by Mastodon, but they aren't the same. And then there are some specific things that, like there's key value pairs that appear 99% of the time in an object and then don't 1% of the time. I'm not even sure if I know why. Some of the things that change include the URL patterns. So this remapping idea that I had for Twitter sort of works, but I have to capture the original URL to know how to remap it into the Pelican site. And that's actually a big problem because Pelican doesn't want you to have those structures, or it can't link them sequentially in an index page. The format and length of the UUID strings also changed at some point. I'm not sure why. So this is what my Identica archive looks like. Sorry, that is a bit smaller. It is also less interesting. I made some other changes along the way while I was building the site. Like I said, I want to do a single theming engine, so I'm thinking, I've got this smaller set because the Identica archive is so much smaller, and I've been focusing on that. But like the way that Pelican wants things in a blog format to work is the title is large and the text is small, and that's actually kind of the opposite here. So getting that to work across all the different views is a lot of CSS hacking. But it is doable. I mean, it's just you don't have tooling because there's so far fewer people doing it. I did spend a little bit of time working on Mastodon as well. I definitely don't have time because it's kind of too similar to the Identica case. It's slightly better because you can get the JSON download. So in theory, you don't have to do the scraping, but the scraping doesn't take as much of your time as deciphering the structure of the JSON does. There are some Mastodon archive manipulation tools. They don't do nearly as much, I found. The ones that I've seen either are converting to something very specific, like directly to a single HTML file, or they're generating some particular like metrics graphs and things, which was surprising. I think that tells me that, okay, the other thing to note there is also that they tend to all be scraping the live server, which just tells me the JSON download that you get from Mastodon is not working for those people. So I mean, I don't want to sound like I'm just criticizing the Mastodon project, but that is evidence, I think, that they need to improve that. So to recap and look at conclusions, I'll tell you what I think the key points are here, but I want to leave some time for disagreement. I'll go through these quickly and then we'll discuss them. First, yeah, the free software services don't do a great job of providing the exports at all. In addition, applications don't really expect this as a source of data, and that should be solvable. And then number three, the piecemeal tools we have. If we want to tell people in a marketing sense that they should drop proprietary media or social media and come to free services, we should make that actual process as few steps as we can. I mean, number one, there definitely needs to change. I don't think the HTML index pages are unachievable. Two, a little more work depends on the application. Like, I'm not sure I know what GNOME Calendar should do with historical calendar data, but certainly importing your contacts should be trivial when it's not. And, on number three, yeah, it's going to be sticky. There's some coincidences where it looks like the data from two unrelated services is the same, but you can't just universally translate one social media app into another. And it's still not a common enough thing that there's a turnkey solution for it. The thing that I would like to see the projects do is just start considering officially handling a data export process as a valid thing. So give people that nice way to interface with their HTML local interface, or even with something that is in a file system format that you can just search and keep on your hard drive. At least do as good as the big SaaS vendors, I think. optimize the ability to walk away. You don't even have to reinvent the wheel. I think I mentioned that there were some Mastodon analytics projects. Why not just adopt one of those? I don't think that you necessarily, they're probably not all perfect, but there's enough people writing these single-use tools for their own use case that there's some momentum. It's just that the project is not offering this as part of the server side. Just pick a direction and get caught up, I think. So the rest of us, though, I would encourage you to talk about or try repurposing some social media account data yourself. Write it up, what your experiences were, good or bad. I don't know if the hashtags I mentioned earlier are really going to pan out, but I'd like to see them take off. Or just tackle some of the piecemeal tools. Like I do need to post the bugs that I found in the Identica scraper. It's just that the repo hasn't been touched in like 10 years, so I may just end up owning it. Another thing that would be helpful to me is I don't really know where you would centralize information on such a vague topic, because what you do with the Google data is not the same as what you do with the Twitter data. So, I started making an awesome list, but I realized that awesome lists have a lot of rules, and I didn't really think that they made sense, so I kind of didn't continue making that. But then also don't be limited by what I assessed as the problems here. Do an export. I would definitely say if you used Identica, you should probably do that export soon, because I don't know how long that service is going to stand up. And that is a prime use case because there are so many free software advocate people and discussions happening on it that when that goes away, there will be some harm done. And I that may sound a little too lawyery when I say the word harm, but you know what I mean, right? It stinks when you can't find the thing that you had bookmarked because the server went down. Then I think I have a few more changes I'd like to roll into that tool chain I used for the Twitter use case, the Pelican one. I want to add the reply feature. I was doing some of that this past week, but I'm not really sure how generalizable it is. So I don't really know if this is something I'm going to keep talking about in long term, or if I've said all I have to say and everyone else takes it or leaves it. So it being a trilogy has a nice round symmetry to it, beginning, middle, and end. So maybe that's okay. I mean, sure, Star Trek V was the most quotable movie of all time, and we'd missed that, but they never made Back to the Future 4, or a fourth Star Wars or Indiana Jones, so there is something to be said for stopping while you're ahead. Those are the end of my remarks. These are the fonts used. We do have some time for questions or rants. If you really love deleting your accounts, now is your time to say so in public. But otherwise, thank you for your attention.
Never would have guessed Jenkins.
Sorry?
Never would have guessed Jenkins.
Well, it is there are like two versions of it. There's Gentium Incomplete, which is what Gentium Basic became, and there's Gentium Pro, but the weights are different. So, anyway. It's harder to tell who's talking when they're masked up like that. Yeah. Yes. Tom.
You mentioned you can't import old posts into Mastodon. Is there anything that lets you import old posts other than self-hosting stuff?
So the question was, Mastodon, I mentioned, does not let you import old posts. Is there anything that does? I haven't seen anything. There's certainly long-form blogging tools like Pelican will import like a WordPress archive. So you might consider that similar enough. But the limitation there is that Mastodon users expect it to work through Mastodon apps. So if your intent is to connect those things to the most similar service possible, I don't think there's anything you could import it into an old style RSS blog, which you can technically subscribe to through Mastodon because it accepts RSS, but I don't know what the experience would be like. I think there are some people, probably people you know, who, whatever their instance is, it lets them write like entire pages of text because it comes through that way in the Mastodon web interface. So maybe no one would notice at all and it'd just be long posts. But yeah, I also don't know, like, what would happen if you did that, and then, well, like my understanding of the importing an old WordPress thing into Pelican or something like that is that the RSS feed it produces is still only going to show you the most recent 20. So I think if you were subscribing to that feed through Mastodon, you would just see those 20 posts, and I don't know if you'd be able to access the ones from 10 years ago or what. I don't know. Good point. Yes.
Twitter used to have a really good free API,
Yeah.
and now it doesn't. One of the problems that I have seen with Mastodon is I don't have a really good tool that will allow me to interact with Mastodon programmatically and capture things like metrics. Do you have any thoughts on tools that interact with something like Mastodon that can capture metadata around a post?
So the question is, are there tools that can interact with Mastodon programmatically through an API, and in particular that can provide metrics or allow you to generate metrics?
Or at least record what the metrics are.
Okay, what do you mean by metrics in this case?
So I run a Mastodon account.
Mm-hmm.
I use a Go tool to be able to post from a VM once a day. A line from a fantasy story called The Eye of Argon.
Okay. Okay.
Every day.
Yeah, so bot style. Then, yeah.
It's a bot.
Got it.
And I would like to be able to capture whether or not this bot is popular if anyone other than me is reading it every morning.
Right.
And right now I have to do that by fetching the followers list, parsing it with some scripts, pushing it into a Git repo, and then automatically logging into a Git repo every day and looking for gifs of that.
Right.
Not smart, not clever. I'm wondering if someone's come up with a better opportunity.
Right. So I'll repeat that very briefly for the recording. So the use case was if you're running a bot or something, doesn't have to be a bot, the only way to track like readership metrics is to separately fetch that API endpoint, I guess, that tells you just the followers list. Oh, so the followers for the account, not for the specific post, you mean? Okay. Yeah. I haven't seen anything. Well, I will say that when I was searching for Mastodon tooling, there were several that were focused on sort of analytics level stuff, but I cannot at all tell you if it's the sort of metrics that you're looking for. But it does seem like there are people who are building on things like that. So maybe you can dig up some URLs from my history and show them to you, and you might find them useful. Yeah, it is more common to be doing analytics than to be, I don't know, self-hosting it on Pelican. So you're maybe in better shape for that search. But yeah, I don't know. Good question. Anybody else? All right. Well, thank you very much. Have a good evening.
I did delete my Twitter account. I had 10 posts.
Yeah, I know.
I made 10 posts.
I guess the thing that actually bugs me about that as a thing people tell other people to do is when they are very, very proud of doing it. It's like, yes, you're a freedom fighter. I know. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
You annoy nobody at Twitter.
Yeah.